Chapter 1 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 1. Cope at a College Tea. What is a man's best age? Peter Ibbetson, entering dreamland with complete freedom to choose, chose 28, and kept there. But 28, for our present purpose, has a drawback. A man of that age, if endowed with ordinary gifts and responsive to ordinary opportunities, is undeniably a man, whereas what we require here is something just a little short of that. Wanted, in fact, a young male who shall seem fully adult to those who are younger still, and who may even appear the accomplished flower of virility to an idealized maid or so, yet who shall elicit from the middle-aged the kindly indulgence due a boy. Perhaps you will say that even a man of 28 may seem only a boy to a man of 70. However, no septuagenarian is to figure in these pages. Our elders will be but in the middle 40s and the earlier 50s, and we must find for them an age which may evoke their friendly interest, and yet be likely to call forth, besides that, their sympathy and their longing admiration, and later their tolerance, their patience, and even their forgiveness. I think, then, that Bertram Cope, when he began to intrigue the little group which dwelt among the quadruple avenues of elms that led to the campus in Churchton, was but about 24, certainly not a day more than 25. If 28 is the ideal age, the best is all the better for being just a little ahead. Of course, Cope was not an undergraduate, a species upon which many of the Churchtonians languidly refuse to bestow their regard. They come and they go, said these prosperous and comfortable burghers, and after all, they're more or less alike, and more or less unrewarding. Besides, the bigger town, with all its rich resources and all its varied opportunities, lay but an hour away. Churchton lived much of its real life beyond its own limits, and the student who came to be entertained socially within them was the exception indeed. No, Bertram Cope was not an undergraduate. He was an instructor, and he was working along, in a leisurely way, to a degree. He expected to be an M.A. or even a Ph.D. Possibly a Litt.D. might be within the gift of later years, but anyhow nothing was finer than writing, except lecturing about it. "Why haven't we known you before?" Medora T. Phillips asked him at a small reception. Mrs. Phillips spoke out loudly and boldly, and held his hand as long as she liked. No, not as long as she liked, but longer than most women would have felt at liberty to do. And besides, speaking loudly and boldly, she looked loudly and boldly, and she employed a determined smile which seemed to say, "I'm old enough to do as I please." Her brusque informality was expected to carry itself off, and much else besides. "Of course I simply can't be half so intrepid as I seem," it said. "Everybody about us understands that, and I must ask your recognition, too, for an ascertained fact." "Known me?" returned Cope promptly enough. "Why, you haven't known me because I haven't been here to be known." He spoke in a ringing, resonant voice, returning her unabashed pressure, with a hearty good will, and blazing down upon her through his clear blue eyes with a high degree of self-possession, even of insouciance. And he explained, with a liberal exhibition of perfect teeth, that for the 2 years following his graduation he had been teaching literature at a small college in Wisconsin, and that he had lately come back to Alma Mater for another bout. "I'm after that degree," he concluded. "Haven't been here?" she returned. "But you have been here. You must have been here for years. For 4, anyhow. So why haven't we—" she began again. "Here as an undergraduate, yes," he acknowledged. "Unregarded dust, dirt beneath your feet, in rainy weather, mud." "Mud?" echoed Medora Phillips loudly, with an increased pressure on his long, narrow hand. "Why, Babylon was built of mud bricks, anyway. And the hanging gardens!" She still clung, looking up his slopes, terrace by terrace. Cope kept his self possession and smiled brilliantly. "Gracious!" he said, no less resonant than before. "Am I a landscape garden? Am I a stage setting? Am I a..." Medora Phillips finally dropped his hand. "You're a wicked, unappreciative boy," she declared. "I don't know whether to ask you to my house or not. But you may make yourself useful in this house, at least. Run along over to that corner and see if you can't get me a cup of tea." Cope bowed and smiled and stepped toward the tea table. His head once turned, the smile took on a wry twist. He was no squire of dames, no frequenter of afternoon receptions. Why the deuce had he come to this one? Why had he yielded so readily to the urgings of the professor of mathematics, himself urged in turn, perhaps, by a wife for whose little affair one extra man at the opening of the fall season counted, and counted hugely? Why must he now expose himself to the boundless aplomb and momentum of this woman of 40 odd, who was finding amusement in treating him as a college boy? Boy, indeed, she had actually called him. Well, perhaps his present position made all this possible. He was not yet out in the world on his own. In the background of down state was a father with a purse in his pocket and a hand to open the purse. Though the purse was small and the hand reluctant, he must partly depend on both for another year. If he were only in business, if he were only a broker or even a salesman, he should not find himself treated with such blunt informality and condescension as a youth. If, within the university itself, he were but a real member of the faculty, with an assured position and an assured salary, he should not have to lie open to the unceremonious hectorings of the socially confident, the placed. He regained his smile on the way across the room, and the young creature behind the samovar, who had had a moment's fear that she must deal with severity, found that a beaming affability, though personally unticketed in her memory, was, after all, her happier allotment. In her reaction she took it all as a personal compliment. She could not know, of course, that it was but a piece of calculated expressiveness fitted to a particular social function, and doubly overdone as the wearer's own reaction from the sprouting indignation of the moment before. She hoped that her hair, under his sweeping advance, was blowing across her forehead as lightly and carelessly as it ought to, and that his taste in marquise rings might be substantially the same as hers. She faced the quite unknown and asked it sweetly, "One lump or two?" "The dickens, how do I know?" he thought. "An extra one on the saucer, please," he said aloud, with his natural resonance, but slightly hushed; and his blue eyes, clear and rather cold and hard, blazed down, in turn, on her. "Why, what a nice, friendly fellow!" exclaimed Mrs. Phillips, on receiving her refreshment. "Both kinds of sandwiches," she continued, peering round her cup. "Were there 3?" she asked with sudden shrewdness. "There were macaroons," he replied. "And there was some sort of layer cake. It was too sticky. These are more sensible." "Never mind sense. If there is cake, I want it. Tell Amy to put it on a plate." "Amy?" "Yes, Amy. My Amy." "Your Amy? Off with you, parrot, and bring a fork, too." Cope lapsed back into his frown and recrossed the room. The girl behind the samovar felt that her hair was unbecoming, after all, and that her ring, borrowed for the occasion, was in bad taste. Cope turned back with his plate of cake and his fork. Well, he had been promoted from a boy to a fellow. But must he continue a kind of methodical dog-trot through a sublimated butler's pantry? "That's right," declared Mrs. Phillips, on his return, as she looked lingeringly at his shapely thumb above the edge of the plate. Come, we will sit down together on this sofa, and you shall tell me all about yourself." She looked admiringly at his blue serge knees as he settled down into place. They were slightly bony, perhaps. But then, as she told herself, he is still quite young. Who would want him anything but slender, even spare, if need be? As they sat there together, she plying him with questions and he, restored to good humor, replying or parrying with an unembarrassed exuberance, a man who stood just within the curtained doorway and flicked a small graying mustache with the point of his forefinger, took in the scene with a studious regard. Every small educational community has its scholar manqué, its haunter of academic shades or its intermittent dabbler in their charms, and Basil Randolph held that role in Churchton. No alumnus himself, he viewed year after year the passing procession of undergraduates who possessed in their young present so much that he had left behind or had never had at all, and who were walking, potentially, toward a promising future in which he could take no share. Most of these had been commonplace young fellows enough, noisy, philistine, glaringly cursory and inconsiderate toward their elders, but a few of them, one now and then, at long intervals, he would have enjoyed knowing, and knowing intimately. On these infrequent occasions would come a union of frankness, comeliness, and elan, and the rudiments of good manners. But no one in all the long-drawn procession had stopped to look at him a second time. And now he was turning gray. He was tragically threatened with what might in time become a paunch. His kind heart, his forth-reaching nature, went for naught, and the young men let him walk under the elms and the scrub oaks neglected. If they had any interest beyond their egos, their fraternities, and conceivably their studies, that interest dribbled away on the quadrangle that housed the girl students. If they only realized how much a friendly hand, extended to them from middle life, might do for their futures, he would sometimes sigh. But the youthful egoists, ignoring him still, faced their respective futures, however uncertain, with much more confidence than he, backed by whatever assurances and accumulations he enjoyed, could face his own. "To be young," he said, "to be young." Do you figure Basil Randolph, alongside his Poitiers, as but the observer, the raisonneur in this narrative? If so, you err. What, you may ask? A rival? A competitor? That more nearly. It was Medora Phillips herself who, within a moment or two, inducted him into this role. A gap had come in her chat with Cope. He had told her all he had been asked to tell, or all he meant to tell. At any rate, he had been given abundant opportunity to expatiate upon a young man's darling subject himself. Either she now had enough fixed points for securing the periphery of his circle, or else she preferred to leave some portion of his area, now ascertained approximately within a poetic penumbra, or perhaps she wished some other middle-aged connoisseur to share her admiration and confirm her judgment. At all events, "Oh, Mr. Randolph!" she cried. "Come here." Randolph left his doorway and stepped across. "Now you are going to be rewarded," said the lady, broadly generous. "You are going to meet Mr. Cope. You are going to meet Mr.—" She paused. "Do you know," turning to the young man, "I haven't your first name." "Why, is that necessary?" "You're not ashamed of it? Theodosius? Philander? Hieronymus?" "Stop, please. My name is Bertram." "Never!" "Bertram. Why not?" "Because that would be too exactly right. I might have guessed and guessed. Right or wrong, Bertram's my name." "You hear, Mr. Randolph? You are to meet Mr. Bertram Cope." Cope, who had risen and had left any embarrassment consequent upon the short delay to Basil Randolph himself, shot out a hand and summoned a ready smile. Within his cuff was a hint for the construction of his forearm. It was lean and sinewy, clear-skinned, and with strong power for emphasis on the other's rather short, well-fleshed fingers. And as he gripped, he beamed just as warmly or just as coldly, at all events just as speciously, as he had beamed before. For on a social occasion one must slightly heighten goodwill, all the more so if one be somewhat unaccustomed and even somewhat reluctant. Mrs. Phillips caught Cope's glance as it fell in all its glacial geniality. "He looks down on us," she declared. "How down?" Cope asked. "Well, you're taller than either of us." "I don't consider myself tall," he replied. 5'9½", he proceeded ingenuously, "is hardly tall." "It is we who are short," said Randolph. "But really, sir," rejoined Cope kindly, "I shouldn't call you short. What is an inch or two?" "But how about me?" demanded Mrs. Phillips. "Why, a woman may be anything except too tall," responded Cope candidly. "But if she wants to be stately?" "Well, there was Queen Victoria." "You incorrigible! I hope I'm not so short as that. Sit down, again. We must be more on a level. And you, Mr. Randolph, may stand and look down on us both. I'm sure you have been doing so, anyway, for the past 10 minutes." "By no means, I assure you," returned Randolph soberly. Soberly, for the young man had slipped in that "sir," and he had been so kindly about Randolph's 5'7" and a bit over, and he had shown himself so damnably tender toward a man fairly advanced within the shadow of the 50's, a man who, if not an acknowledged outcast from the joys of life, would soon be lagging superfluous on their rim. Randolph stood before them, looking, no doubt, a bit vacant and inexpressive. "Please go and get Amy," Mrs. Phillips said to him. "I see she's preparing to give way to some one else." Amy, who was a blonde girl of 20 or more, came back with him pleasantly and amiably enough, and her aunt, or whatever she should turn out to be, was soon able to lay her tongue again to the syllables of the interesting name of Bertram. Cope, thus finally introduced, repeated the facial expressions which he had employed already beside the tea-table, but he added no new one, and he found fewer words than the occasion prompted and even required. He continued talking with Mrs. Phillips, and he threw an occasional remark toward Randolph, but now that all obstacles were removed from free converse with the divinity of the samovar, he had less to say to her than before. Presently the elder woman, herself no whit offended, began to figure the younger one as a bit nonplussed. "Never mind, Amy," she said. "Don't pity him, and don't scorn him. He's really quite self-possessed and quite chatty. Or," suddenly to Cope himself, "have you shown us already your whole box of tricks?" "That must be it," he returned. "Well, no matter. Mr. Randolph can be nice to a nice girl." "Oh, come now!" "Well, shall I ask you to my house after this?" "No. Don't. Forbid it. Banish me." "Give one more chance," suggested Randolph sedately. "Why, what's all this about?" said the questioning glance of Amy. If there was any offense at all, on anybody's part, it lay in making too much of too little. "Take back my plate, somebody," said Mrs. Phillips. Randolph put out his hand for it. "This sandwich," said Amy, reaching for an untouched square of wheat bread and pimento. "I've been so busy with other people." "I'll take it myself," declared Mrs. Phillips, reaching out in turn. "Mr. Randolph, bring her a nibble of something." "I might," began Cope. "You don't deserve the privilege." "Oh, very well," he returned, lapsing into an easy passivity. "Never mind, anyway," said Amy, still without cognomen and connections. "I can starve with perfect convenience, or I can find a mouthful somewhere, later." "Let us starve sitting," said Randolph. "Here are chairs." The hostess herself came bustling up brightly. "Has everybody...?" And she bustled away. "Yes, everybody, almost," said Mrs. Phillips to her associates, behind their entertainer's back. "If you're hungry, Amy, it's your own fault. Sit down." And there let us leave them, our little group. our cast of characters. Everybody, almost. Save one, or two, or three. End of Chapter 1. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 2 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 2. Cope Makes a Sunday Afternoon Call. Medora Phillips was the widow of a picture dealer, now 3 years dead. In his younger days he had been something of a painter, and later in life as much a collector as a merchandiser. Since his death he had been translated gradually from the lower region proper to mere traffickers on toward the loftier plane which harbored the more select company of art patrons and art amateurs. Some of his choicer ventures were still held together as a gallery, with a few of his own canvases included. And his surviving partner felt this collection gave her good reason for holding up her head among the arts and the sciences, and humane letters too. Mrs. Phillips occupied a huge amorphous house some 3/4 of a mile to the west of the campus. It was a construction in wood, with manifold features suggestive of the villa, the bungalow, the chateau, the palace. It united all tastes and contravened all conventions. In its upper story was the commodious apartment which was known in quiet times as the picture gallery and in livelier times as the ballroom. It was the mistress's ambition to have the lively times as numerous as possible, to dance with great frequency among the pictures. 6 or 8 couples could gyrate here at once. There was young blood under her roof, and there was young blood to summon from outside, and to set this blood seething before the eyes of visiting celebrities in the arts and letters was her dearest wish. She had more than one spare bedroom, of course, and the eminent and the queer were always welcome for a sojourn of a week or so, whether they came to read papers and deliver lectures or not. She was quite as well satisfied when they didn't. If they would but sit upon her wide veranda in spring or autumn, or before her big open fireplace in winter, and just talk, she would be as open-eyed and open-eared as you pleased. "This is much nicer," she would say. Nicer than what, she did not always make clear. Yes, the house was nearly 3/4 of a mile to the west of the campus, but it was twice as far as if it had been north or south. Trains and trolleys, intent on serving the interests of the great majority, took their own courses and gave her guests no aid. If the evening turned cold or blustery, or brought a driving rain, she would say, "You can't go out in this, you must stay all night. We have room, and to spare." If she wanted anybody to stay very much, she would even add, "I can't think of your walking toward the lake with such a gale in your face," regardless of the fact that the lake wind was the rarest of them all, and that in 9 cases out of 10 the rain or snow would be not in people's faces but at their backs. If she didn't want anybody to stay, she simply ordered out the car and bundled him off. The delay in the offer of the car sometimes induced a young man to remain. Tasteful pajamas and the promise of a suitably early breakfast assured him that he had made no mistake. Cope's first call was made, not on a tempestuous evening in the winter time, but on a quiet Sunday afternoon toward the end of September. The day was sunny and the streets were full of strollers moving along decorously beneath the elms, maples, and catalpas. "Drop in some Sunday about 5," Medora Phillips had said to him, "and have tea. The girls will be glad to meet you." The girls? Who were they, and how many? He supposed he could account for one of them, at least, but the others? "You find me alone, after all," was her greeting. "The girls are out walking with each other, or their beaux, or whatever. Come in here." She led him into a spacious room cluttered with lambrequins, stringy portieres, grilles, scroll-work, bric-a-brac. "The fine weather has been too much for them," she proceeded. "I was relying on them to entertain you." "Dear me, am I to be entertained?" "Of course you are." Her expression and inflection indicated to him that he had been caught up in the cogs of a sizable machine, and that he was to be put through it. Everybody who came was entertained, or helped entertain others. Entertainment, in fact, was the one object of the establishment. "Well, can't you entertain me yourself?" "Perhaps I can." And it almost seemed as if he had been secured and isolated for the express purpose of undergoing a particular course of treatment. "In the interval," she amended, "they'll be back by sunset. They're clever girls, and I know you'll enjoy them." She uttered this belief emphatically, so emphatically, in truth, that it came to mean, "I wonder if you will indeed." And there was even an overtone. "After all, it's not the least necessary that you should." "I suppose I have met one of them already." "You have met Amy. But there are Hortense and Carolyn. What can they all be?" he wondered to himself. "Daughters, nieces, cousins, co-eds, boarders?" "Amy plays. Hortense paints. Carolyn is a poet." "Amy plays? Pardon me for calling her Amy, but you have never given me the rest of her name." "I certainly presented you." "To Amy." "Well, that was careless, if true. Her name is Amy Leffingwell, and Hortense's name is..." "Stop, please. Pay it out gradually. My poor head can hold only what it can. Names without people to attach them to..." "The people will be here presently," Medora Phillips said rather shortly. Surely this young man was taking his own tone. It was not quite the tone usually taken by college boys on their first call. Her position and her imposing surroundings, yes, her kindliness in noticing him at all, might surely save her from informalities that almost shaped into impertinences. Yet, on the other hand, nothing bored one more than a young man who openly showed himself intimidated. What was there behind this one? More than she had thought? Well, if so, none the worse. Time might tell. "So, Miss Leffingwell plays?" He flared out his blue-white smile. "Let me learn my lesson page by page." "Yes, she plays," returned Medora Phillips briefly. "Guess what?" she continued presently, half placated. They were again side by side on a sofa, each with an elbow on its back and the elbows near together. Nor was Medora Phillips, though plump, at all the graceless, dumpy little body she sometimes taxed herself with being. "What? Oh, piano." "I suppose." "Piano." "What's wrong?" "The piano is common. It's assumed." "Oh, she performs on something unusual? Xylophone? Be serious." "Trombone? I've seen wonders done on that in a lady orchestra." "Don't be grotesque." She drew her dark eyebrows into protest. What a sight! A delicate young girl playing a trombone. "Well, then, a harp? That's sometimes a pleasant sight." "A harp needs an express wagon, though of course it is pretty for the arms." "Arms? Let me see. The violin." "Of course. And that's probably the first thing you thought of. Why not have mentioned it?" "I suppose I've been taught the duty of making conversation." "The duty? Not the pleasure?" "That remains to be." He paused. "So she has arms," he pretended to muse. "I confess I hadn't quite noticed." "She passed you a cup of tea, didn't she?" "Oh, surely. And a sandwich. And another. And a slice of layer cake, with a fork. And another cup of tea. And a macaroon or two." "Am I a glutton?" "Am I?" "Some of all that provender was for me, as I recall." They were still side by side on the sofa. Both were cross-kneed, and the tip of her russet boot almost grazed that of his Oxford tie. He did not notice. He was already arranging the first paragraph of a letter to a friend in Winnebago, Wisconsin. Dear Arthur, I called, as I said I was going to. She is a scrapper. She goes at you hammer and tongs, pretending to quarrel as a means of entertaining you. Medora Phillips removed her elbow from the back of the sofa and began to prod up her cushions. "How about your work?" she asked. "What are you doing?" He came back. "Oh, I'm boning. Some things still to make up. I'm digging in the poetry of Gower, the moral Gower." "Well, I see no reason why poetry shouldn't be moral. Has he been publishing anything lately that I ought to see?" "Not lately. I presume I can look into some of his older things." "They are all old. 500 years and more. He was a pal of Chaucer's." She gave him an indignant glance. "So that's it? You're laying traps for me? You don't like me? You don't respect me?" One of the recalcitrant cushions fell to the floor. They bumped heads in trying to pick it up. "Traps," he said. "Never in the world. Don't think it. Why, Gower is just a necessary old bore. Nobody's supposed to know much about him, except instructors and their hapless students." He added one more sentence to his letter to Arthur. "She pushes you pretty hard. A little of it goes a good way." "Oh, if that's the case," she said, "how about your thesis?" She went on swiftly. "What are you going to write about?" "I was thinking of Shakespeare." "Shakespeare? There you go again, ridiculing me to my very face." "Not at all. There's lots to say about him. Or them." "Oh, you believe in Bacon?" "Not at all, once more. I should like to take a year and spend it among the manor houses of Warwickshire. But I suppose nobody would stake me to that." "I don't know what you have in mind. Some wild goose chase, probably. I expect your friends would like it better if you spent your time right here." "Probably. I presume I shall end by doing a thesis on the color words in Keats and Shelley. A penniless devil was no luck." "Anybody has luck who can form the right circle. Stay where you are. A circle formed here would do you much more good than a temporary one 4,000 miles away." Voices were heard in the front yard. "There they come now," Mrs. Phillips said. She rose, and one more of the wayward cushions went to the floor. It lay there unregarded, a sign that a promising tête-à-tête was, for the time being, over. End of Chapter 2. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 3 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 3. Cope is Entertained. Mrs. Phillips stepped to the front door to meet the half-dozen young people who were cheerily coming up the walk. Cope, looking at the fallen cushions with an unseeing eye, remained within the drawing-room door to compose a further paragraph for the behoof of his correspondent in Wisconsin. "Several girls helped entertain me. They came on as thick as spatter. One played a few things on the violin, another set up her easel and painted a picture for us. A third wrote a poem and read it to us, and a few sophomores hung about in the background. It was all rather too much. I found myself preferring those hours together in dear old Winnebago. Only one of the sophomores, if the young men were really of that objectionable tribe, came indoors with the young ladies. The others, either engaged elsewhere or consciously unworthy, went away after a moment or two on the front steps. Perhaps they did not feel encouraged. And, in fact, Mrs. Phillips looked back toward Cope with the effect of communicating the idea that she had enough men for today. She even conveyed to him the notion that he had made the others superfluous. But, he thought, if there's to be a lot of entertaining, the more there are to be entertained, the better it might turn out. He met Hortense and Carolyn, with due stress laid on their respective patronymics, and he made an early acquaintance with Amy's violin. And further on, Mrs. Phillips said, "Now, Amy, before you really stop, do play that last little thing. The dear child," she said to Cope in a lower tone, "composed it herself and dedicated it to me." The last little thing was a kind of meditation, written very simply and performed quite seriously and unaffectedly, and it gave, of course, a good chance for the arms. "There," said Mrs. Phillips at its close, "isn't it too sweet? And it inspired Carolyn, too. She wrote a poem after hearing it." "A copy of verses," corrected Carolyn, with a modest catch in her breath. She was a quiet, sedate girl, with brown eyes and hair. Her eyes were shy, and her hair was plainly dressed. "Oh, you're so sweet, so old-fashioned," protested Mrs. Phillips, slightly rolling her eyes. "It's a poem. Of course it's a poem. I leave it to Mr. Cope if it isn't." "Oh, I beg," began Cope, in trepidation. "Well, listen, anyway," said Medora. The poem consisted of some 6 or 7 brief stanzas. Its title was read, formally, by the writer, and, quite as formally, the dedication which intervened between title and first stanza, a dedication to Medora Townsend Phillips. "Of course," said Cope to himself, and as the reading went on he ran his eyes over the dusky, darkening walls. He knew what he expected to find. Just as he found it, the sophomore, standing between the big padded chair and the bookcase, spatted his hands 3 times. The poem was over, the patroness duly celebrated. Cope spatted a little too, but kept his eye on one of the walls. "You're looking at my portrait," declared Mrs. Phillips, as the poetess sank deeper into the big chair. "Hortense did it." "Of course she did," said Cope under his breath. He transferred an obligatory glance from the canvas to the expectant artist. "But " "It's getting almost too dark to see it," said his hostess, and suddenly pressed a button. This brought into play a row of electric bulbs near the top edge of the frame, and into full prominence the dark plumpness of the subject. He looked back again from the painter, who also had black hair and eyes, to her work. "I am on Parnassus," Cope declared in one general sweeping compliment as he looked toward the sofa where Medora Phillips sat with the 3 girls now grouped behind her. But he made it a boreal Parnassus, one set in relief by the cold flare and flicker of northern lights. "Isn't he the dear, comical chap?" exclaimed Mrs. Phillips, with unction, glancing upward and backward at the girls. They smiled discreetly, as if indulging in a silent evaluation of the sincerity of the compliment. Yet one of them, Hortense, formed her black brows into a frown, and might have spoken resentfully, save for a look from their general patroness. "Meanwhile, how about a drop of tea?" asked Mrs. Phillips suddenly. "Roddy," to the sophomore, "if you will help clear that table." The youth hastened to get into action. Cope went on with his letter to Arthur. It was an afternoon in Lesbos, with Sappho and her band of appreciative maidens. Phaon, a poor lad of 19, swept some pamphlets and paper cutters off the center table, and we all plunged into the ocean of Oolong, the best thing we do on this island. He was lingering in a smiling abstractedness on his fancy, when "Bertram Cope," a voice suddenly said, "do you do nothing? Nothing?" He suddenly came to. Perhaps he had really deserved his hostess's rebuke. He had not offered to help with the tea service. He had preferred no appropriate remark, of an individual nature, to any of the 3 ancilla. "I mean," proceeded Mrs. Phillips, "can you do nothing whatever to entertain?" Cope gained another stage on the way to self-consciousness and self-control. Entertainment was doubtless the basic curse of this household. "I sing," he said, with naïve suddenness and simplicity. Then sing. Do. There's the open piano. Can you play your own accompaniments? Some of the simpler ones. Some of the simpler ones? Do you hear that, girls? He is quite prepared to wipe us all out. Shall we let him?" "That's unfair," Cope protested. "Is it my fault if composers will write hard accompaniments to easy airs? Will you sing before your tea or after it?" "I'm ready to sing this instant, during it, or before it." "Very well." The room was now in dusk, save for the bulbs which made the portrait shine forth like a wayside shrine. Roddy, the possible sophomore, helped a maid find places for the cups and saucers, and the three girls, still formed in a careful group about the sofa, silently waited. "Of course you realize that this is not such a very large room," said Mrs. Phillips. "Meaning?" "Well, your speaking voice is resonant, you know." "Meaning, then, that I'm not to raise the roof nor jar the china. I'll try not to." Nor did he. He sang with care rather than with volume, with discretion rather than with abandon. The simple accompaniments went off with but a slight hitch or two, yet the resonant voice was somehow, somewhere lost. Possibly Cope gave too great heed to his hostess's caution, but it seemed as if a voice, essentially promising, had slipped through some teacher's none too competent hands, or, what was quite as serious, as if some temperamental brake were operating to prevent the complete expression of the singer's nature. Lassen, Grieg, Rubinstein, all these were carried through rather cautiously, perhaps a little mechanically, and there was a silence. Hortense broke it. "Parnassus, yes. And finally comes Apollo." She reached over and murmured to Mrs. Phillips, "None too skillful on the lyre and none too strong in the lungs." Medora spoke up loudly and promptly. "Do you know, I think I've heard you sing before." "Possibly," Cope said, turning his back on the keyboard. "I sang in the University choir for a year or two." "In gown and mortar board? Come Holy Spirit and all that?" "Yes, I sang solos now and then." "Of course," she said. "I remember now. But I never saw you before without your mortar board. That changes the forehead. Yes, you're yourself," she went on, adding to her previous pleasure the further pleasure of recognition. "You've earned your tea," she added. "Hortense," she said over her shoulder to the dark girl behind the sofa, "will you no, I'll pour myself." She slid into her place at table and got things to going. There was an interval which Cope might have employed in praising the artistic aptitudes of this variously gifted household, but he found no appropriate word to say, or at least uttered none, and none of the three girls made any further comment on his own performance. Mrs. Phillips accompanied him, on his way out, as far as the hall. She looked up at him questioningly. "You don't like my poor girls," she said. "You don't find them clever. You don't find them interesting." "On the contrary," he rejoined, "I have spent a delightful hour." Must he go on and confess that he had developed no particular dexterity in dealing with the younger members of the opposite sex? "No, you don't care for them one bit," she insisted. She tried to look rebuking, reproachful, yet some shade of expression conveyed to him a hint that her protest was by no means sincere. If he really didn't, it was no loss; it was even a possible gain. "It's you who don't care for me," he returned. "I'm vieux jeu." "Nonsense," she rejoined. "If you have a slight past, that only makes you the more atmospheric. Be sure you come again soon, and put in a little more work on the foreground." Cope, on his way eastward in the early evening, passed near the trolley tracks, the Greek lunch counter, without a thought. He was continuing his letter to dear Arthur. "I think," he wrote, with his mind's finger, "that you might as well come down. I miss you, even more than I thought I should. The term is young, and you can enter for Spanish or psychology or something. There's nothing for you up there. The bishop can spare you. Your father will be reasonable. We can easily arrange some suitable quarters." And we await a reply from dear Arthur, the fifth and last of our little group. But no, there are 2 or 3 others, as you have just seen. End of Chapter 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 4 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 4. Cope is Considered. A few days after the mathematical tea, Basil Randolph was taking a sedate walk among the exotic elms and the indigenous oaks of the campus. He was on his way to the office of the University Registrar. He felt interested in Bertram Cope and meant to consult the authorities. That is to say, he intended to consult the written and printed data provided by the authorities, not to make verbal inquiries of any of the college officials themselves. He was, after all, sufficiently in the academic tradition to prefer the consultation of records as against the employment of viva voce methods, and he saw no reason why his new interest should be widely communicated to other individuals. There was an annual register. There was an album of loose sheets kept up by the members of the faculty, and there was a card catalogue, he remembered, in half a dozen little drawers. All this ought to remove any necessity of putting questions by word of mouth. The young clerk behind the broad counter annoyed him by no offer of aid, but left him to browse for himself. First, the printed register. This was crowded with professors, full, head, associate, assistant. There were even 2 or 3 professors emeritus, and each department had its tale of instructors, but no mention of a Bertram Cope. Of course not. This volume, it occurred to him presently, represented the state of things during the previous scholastic year. Next, the card catalogue, but this dealt with the students only: undergraduate, graduate, special. No Cope there. Remained the loose-leaf faculty index, in which the members of the professorial body told something about themselves in a great variety of handwriting, among other things their full names and addresses, and their natures in so far as penmanship might reveal it. C.A., C.E., C.O.F. Collard Theodore J., who was an instructor in French and lived on Rosemary Place. Copperthwaite Julian M. Cotton. No Cope. He looked again, and further. No slightest alphabetical misplacement. "You are not finding what you want?" asked the clerk at last. The search was delaying other inquirers. "Bertram Cope," said Randolph. "Instructor, I think." "He has been slow, but his page will be in place by tomorrow. If you want his address..." "Yes, I think I can give it to you." The youth retired behind a screen. "There," he said, returning with a bit of penciling on a scrap of paper. Randolph thanked him, folded up the paper, and put it in his pocket. A mere bit of ordinary clerkly writing, no character, no allure. Well, the actual chirography of the absentee would be made manifest before long. What was it like? Should he himself ever have a specimen of it in a letter or a note? That evening, with his after-dinner cigarette, he strolled casually through Granville Avenue, the short street indicated by the address. It was a loosely built neighborhood of frame dwellings, with yards and a moderate provision of trees and shrubs, a neighborhood of people who owned their houses but did not spend much money on them. Number 48 was a good deal like the others, decent enough but commonplace, Randolph pronounced. Yet what could I have been expecting, he added, and his whimsical smile told him not to let himself become absurd. There were lighted windows in the front and at the side. Which of these was Cope's, and what was the boy doing? Was he deep in black letter, or was he selecting a necktie preliminary to some evening diversion outside? Or had he put out his light several windows were dark and already taken the train into town for some concert or theater? "Well," said Randolph to himself, with a last puff at his cigarette, "they're not likely to move out and leave him up in the air. I hope," he went on, "that he has more than a bedroom merely, but we know on what an incredibly small scale some of them live." He threw away his cigarette and strolled on to his own quarters. These were but 10 minutes away. In his neighborhood, too, people owned their homes and were unlikely to hurry you out on a month's notice. You could be sure of being able to stay on, and Randolph in fact had stayed on, with a suitable family, for 3 or 4 years. He had a good part of one floor, a bedroom, a sitting room, with a liberal provision of bookshelves and a kind of large closet which he had made into a cabinet. There are all sorts of cabinets, but this was a cabinet for his collection. His collection was not without some measure of local fame. If not strictly valuable, it was at least comprehensive. After all, he collected to please himself. He was a collector in Churchton and a stockbroker in the city itself. The satirical said that he was the most important collector in the street and the most important stockbroker in the suburbs. He was a member of a somewhat large firm, and not the most active one. His interest had been handed down, in a manner, from his father, and the less he participated the better his partners liked it. He had no one but himself and a sister on the far side of the city, miles and miles away. His principal concern was to please himself, to indulge his nature and tastes, and to get, in a quiet way, a good deal out of life. But nobody ever spoke of him as rich. His collection represented his own preferences, perseverance, and individual predilections. Least of all had it been brought together to be realized on after his death. "I may be something of a fool in my own meek fashion," he acknowledged, "but I'm no such fool as that." He had a few jades and lacquers, among the latter the ordinary inkwells and sword guards, a few snuff boxes, some puppets in costume from Mexico and Italy, a few begrimed vellum-bound books in foreign languages which he could not always read, and now and then a friend who was breaking up would give him a bit of Capodimonte or an absurd enigmatic musical instrument from the East Indies, and he had a small department of Americana dating from the days of the Civil War. "Miscellaneous enough," pronounced Medora Phillips, on once viewing his cabinet, "but not altogether," she proceeded charitably, "utter rubbish." And it was felt by others, too, that, in the lack of any wide opportunity, he had done rather well. Churchton itself was no nest of antiquities. In 1840 it had consisted merely of a log tavern on the Green Bay road, and the first white child born within its limits had died but recently. Nor was the big town just across the Indian boundary much older. It had antique shops, true, but one's best chances were got through mousing among the small scattered troops of foreigners, variegated they were, who had lately been coming in pell-mell, bringing their household knick-knacks with them. There was a ghetto, there was a little Italy, there were bits of Bulgaria, Bohemia, Armenia, if one had tired of dubious Louis XV and Empire. In an atmosphere of general newness a thing did not need to be very old to be an antique. The least old of all things in Randolph's world were the students who flooded Churchton. There were 2,000 or 3,000 of them, and hundreds of new ones came with every September. Sometimes he felt prompted to collect them, as contrast to his older curios. They were fully as interesting, in their way, as brasswork and leatherwork, those products of peasant natures and peasant hands. But these youths ran past one's eye, ran through one's fingers. They were not static, not even stable. They were restless birds of passage who fidgeted through their years, and even through the days of which the years were made, intent on their own affairs and their own companions, thankless for small favors and kind attentions, even unconscious of them, soaking up goodwill in friendly offices in a fashion too damnably taken for granted. You gave them an evening among your books, with discreet things to drink, to smoke, to play at, or you offered them a good dinner at some good hotel, and you never saw them after. They said "Yes, sir," or "Yep," but whether they pained you by being too respectful or rasped you by being too rowdyish, it all came to the same. They had little use for you. They readily forgot and quickly dropped you. "I wonder whether instructors are a shade better," queried Basil Randolph. "Or when do sense and gratitude and savoir faire begin?" A few days later he had returned to the loose leaf faculty. Cope's page was now in place, with full particulars in his own hand. His interest was English literature, it appeared. Nothing very special in that," commented Randolph. But Cope's penmanship attracted him. It was open and easy. He never gave his instructor any trouble in reading his themes. Yet the hand was rather boyish. Was it formed or unformed? "I am no expert," confessed Randolph. He put Cope's writing on a middle ground and let it go at that. He recalled the lighted windows and wondered near which one of them the same hand filled notebooks and corrected students' papers. Rather a dreary routine, I imagine, for a young fellow of his age. Still, he may like it, possibly. He thought of his own early studies and of his own early self-sufficiencies. He felt disposed to find his earlier self in this young man, or at least an inclination to look for himself there. The next afternoon he walked over to Medora Phillips. Medora's upper floor gave asylum to a half-brother of her husband's, an invalid who seldom saw the outside world, and who depended for solace and entertainment on neighbors of his own age and interests. Randolph expected to contribute, during the week, about so many hours of talk or of reading. But he would have a few words with Medora before going up to Joe. Medora, among her grills and lambrequins, was only too willing to talk about young Cope. "A charming fellow, in a way," she said judicially. "Frank, but a little too self-assured and self-centered. Exuberant, but possibly a bit cold. Yet charming." "Oh," thought Randolph, "one of the cool boys, and one of the self-sufficing. Probably a bit of an ascetic at bottom, with good capacity for self-control and self-direction. Not at all an uninteresting type," he summed it up. "An ebullient Puritan?" he asked aloud. "That's it," she declared, "according to my sense of it." "Yet hardly a New Englander, I suppose?" "Not directly, anyhow. From down state. From Freeford, I think he said. I judge that there's quite a family of them." "Quite a family of them," he repeated inwardly. A drawback, indeed. Why could an interesting young organism so seldom be detached from its milieu and enjoyed in isolation? Prosy parents, tiresome, detrimental brothers. He wondered if she had any idea what they were all like. It might be just as well, however, not to know. "And, judging from the family name, and from their taste of christenings, I should say there might be some slant toward England itself, a nomenclature not without distinction. Bertram. Rather nice, eh? And there is a sister who teaches in one of the schools, I understand, and her name is Rosalind or Rosalis. Think of that. I gather that the father is in some business," she concluded. "Well, well," thought Randolph, "more than one touch of gentility, of fine feeling. If the father was in some business, most likely it was someone else's business." "He sings," said Medora, further. "Entertained us the other Sunday afternoon. Cool and correct, but pleasant. No warmth, no passion, no special interest in any of my poor girls. I didn't feel that he was drawing any of them too near the danger line. Mighty gratifying, that. Where does one learn to sing without provoking danger? In a church choir, of course. He sang last year in the cathedral at Winnebago." "Oh, in Wisconsin. And what took us to Winnebago, I wonder?" "We were teaching in a college there." "I see." The talk languished. Basil Randolph had learned most that he wanted to know, and had learned it without asking too many direct questions. He began to pick at the fussy fringe on the arm of his chair and to cast an empty eye on the other fussy things that filled the room. The two had exhausted long ago all the old subjects, and he did not care to show an eagerness, still less a continuing eagerness, for this new one. Much could be picked up by indirection, even by waiting. Medora felt him as distrait. "Do you want to go up and see Joe for a little while before you leave us?" "I believe I will. Not that I've brought anything to read. I doubt if he cares to be read to this time. Carolyn gave him the headlines this forenoon. He's a bit restless. I think he'd rather talk. If you have nothing more to say to me, perhaps you can find something to say to him." "Oh, come. I'm sure we've had a good enough little chat. Aren't you a bit restless yourself?" "Well, run along. I've heard his chair rolling about up there for the last half hour." End of Chapter 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 5 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 5. Cope is Considered Further. Randolph took the stairs to the second floor, and presently his footfalls were heard on the bare treads that led from the second to the third. At the top landing he paused and looked in through the open door of the picture gallery. Over the varnished oak floor of this roomy apartment a middle-aged man, who wore a green shade over his eyes, was propelling himself in a wheeled chair. Thus did Joseph Foster cover the space where the younger and more fortunate sometimes danced, and thus did he move among works of art which, even on the brightest days, he could barely see. He knew the step. "Brought anything?" he asked. He depended on Randolph for the latest brief doings in current fiction, and usually in the background, and often long in abeyance, was something in the way of memoirs or biography, many-volumed, which could fill the empty hours either through retrospect or anticipation. "Only myself," replied the other, stepping in. Foster dexterously maneuvered his chair toward the entrance and reached out his hand. "Well, yourself is enough. It's good to have a man about the place once in a while." "Once in a while," I said. "It gets tiresome, hearing all those girls slithering and chattering through the halls." He put his bony hands back on the rims of his wheels. "Where have you been all this time?" "Oh, you know, I come when I can." Randolph ran his eye over the walls of the big empty room. The pictures were all in place. Landscapes, figure pieces, what not. Everything as familiar as the form of words he had just employed to meet an oft-repeated query implying indifference and neglect. "How is it outside? I haven't been down on the street for a month." "Oh, things are bright and pleasant enough." Through the wide window there appeared, half a mile away, the square twin towers of the University Library, reminiscent of Oxford and Ely. Round them, lesser towers and gables, scholastic in their gray stone, rose above the trees of the campus. Beyond all these a level line of watery blue ran for miles, and provided an eventless horizon, a bright and pleasant enough sight indeed, but nothing for Joe Foster. "Well, let me by," he said, "and we'll get along to my own room." The resonant bigness of the gallery was far removed from the intimate and the sociable. To the side of this bare place, with its canvases which had become rather démodé, or at least had long ceased to interest, lay two bedchambers, Foster's own, and one adjoining, which was classed as a spare room. It was sometimes given over to visiting luminaries of lesser magnitudes. Real celebrities, those of national or international fame, were entertained in a sumptuous suite on the floor below. Casual young bachelors, who sometimes happened along, were lodged above and were expected to adjust themselves, as regarded the bathroom, to the use and wont of the occupant adjoining. Foster's own room was a cramped omnium gatherum, cluttered with the paraphernalia of daily living. It was somewhat disordered and untidy, the chamber of a man who could never see clearly how things were, or be completely sure just what he was about. "There's Pepys up there," he said, pointing to his bookshelf, as he worked out of his chair and tried to dispose himself comfortably on a couch. "I hope we're going to get along a little farther with him some time." As to that, I have been getting along a little farther. I've been to the library, looking somewhat ahead in the completer edition. I find that Will, who flung his cloak over his shoulder like a ruffian and got his ears boxed for it, was no mere temporary serving man, but lived on with Pepys for years and became the most intimate and trusted of his friends. And Gosnell, who lasted 3 days, you remember, as Mrs. Pepys' maid, turns up a year or two later as an actress at the Duke's house. And Deb, that other maid whose name we have noted farther along, well, there's a deal more about her than exactly tends to edification. Good. I hope we shall have some more of it pretty soon. Today? Not exactly today. I've got some other things to think about. Such as... Well, I expect you're going to be invited here to dinner pretty soon. So? I've been invited here to dinner before this. But another day has come. A new light has risen. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it. I've heard it sing. A light singing? Aren't you getting mixed? Oh, I don't know. There was Viollet-le-Duc and the rose window of Notre Dame. They took him there as a child for a choral service, and he thought it was the rose itself that sang. And there was Petrarch and the young Milton, both talking about melodious tears and something of the same sort in the Blessed Damoiselle. And a psychological catch for which there ought to be a name. Perhaps there is a name. Well, as I say, the light rose, shone, and sang. I didn't see it. I never see anybody. But his voice came up here quite distinctly. It seemed good to have a man in the house. Those everlasting girls, I hope he wasn't bothering to sing for them. He probably was. How did it go? Very well indeed. What kind of voice? Oh, baritone, I suppose you'd call it. And he sang sentimental rubbish? Not at all. Really good things. With passion? Well, hardly. With cool correctness. An icicle on Diana's temple. That would be my guess. An icicle? No wonder the young ladies don't quite fancy him. I understand he took them all in a lump, so far as he took them at all. Treated them all exactly alike. Hortense was quite scornful when she brought up my lunch tray. Of course, that's no way for a man to do. On the contrary, for certain purposes it might be a very good way. On the contrary, if you like, since frost may perform the effects of fire, Medora herself is beginning to see him as a tall, white candle burning in some niche or at some shrine, Sir Galahad or something of that sort. Randolph grimaced at this. Oh, misery! I hope she hasn't mentioned her impression to him. Imagine whether a man would enjoy being told a thing like that. I hope, I'm sure, that no belle dame sans merci will get on his tracks. If he goes in too much for palely loitering, he may be snatched. Poor fellow! They'd better leave him to his studies and his students. He has his own way to make, I presume, and will need all his energies to get ahead. For, as someone has said, there are no tea-houses on the road to Parnassus. Neither do tea-fights boost a man toward the Porch or Academe. He's going in for teas? I won't say that, but it was at a tea that I met him, a trigonometry tea at little Mrs. Ryder's. You've seen him, then. You have the advantage of me. What's he like? Oh, he has points in his favor. He has looks, a trim figure, even if spare, well-squared shoulders, and manners with a breezy original tang. The kind of young fellow that people are likely enough to like." "What kind of manners did he have for you?" "Well, there you rather get me. He called me 'sir,' with a touch of deference. Yet somehow I felt as if I were standing too close to an electric fan." "Yes, even when they indulge a show of deference, they contrive to blow our gray hairs about our wrinkled temples." "Don't talk about gray hairs. You have none, and mine are not always seen at first glance." "Medora begins to tax me with a few. Don't you see any?" "Not one. I concentrate on my own." "Tush! You're only 47." "Or 57, or 67, or 77." Foster adjusted his green shade and attempted an easier disposition of his twisted limbs on the couch. "Well, 47, as you suggest, as you insist. How old is this young fellow?" 24 or 25. "Well, they can make us seem either younger or older. That rests with ourselves. It's all in how we take them, I expect. Better take them so as to make ourselves younger." "Then the other question: how they take us?" "Yes, we're lucky in this day and generation if they take us at all." "You may be right," assented Randolph ruefully. "Yet there are gleams of hope. The more thoughtful among them have a kind of condescending pity to bestow." "And the thoughtless?" "They can find uses for us. One of the faculty was telling me how he tried to give 2 or 3 of his juniors an outing at his cottage over in Michigan. Everything he gave they took for granted, and if anything was lacking they took exceptions. Monopolized the boats, ignored the dinner hour. Sometimes I think that even the thoughtless are thoughtful in their own way, and use us, if we happen to have lands and substance, purely as practical conveniences. I've been almost glad to think that I possess none myself." "Don't stay here and talk like that. This is one of my blue days." "I wish I had brought a novelette. Sure you don't want to hear a little more about the Countess of Castlemaine and the Rascalites of the Navy Office?" "No, some other time, when I feel a bit more robust. It isn't every day that the mind can digest such a period with comfort." "Are we two old fogies beginning to wear on each other?" "I hope not. But when you go down, stop for Medora a minute and see if she hasn't got something to say." Medora, when he finally got downstairs, had. She laid some knitting on the drawing-room table and came out into the hall. "No reading this afternoon, I judge?" What I heard, or seemed to hear, was a broken flow of talk. "No reading." Restless. "So I was afraid. I'd rather have one good steady voice purring along for him, and then I know he's all right. Carolyn has been too busy lately." "What seems to have unsettled him?" "Oh, I don't know. Young life, possibly." "Well, I've asked and asked the girls not to be quite so gay and chattery in the upper halls." "You can't keep girls quiet." "I don't want to. Not everywhere and at all times. I have an idea that a given number of girls make more noise in a house than the same number of young fellows. I know that they do in boarding houses and rooming houses, and I believe it's so as between sororities and fraternities. Put a noise gauge in the main hall of the Alpha Alpha house and another in the main hall of the Beta Beta house, and the girls would run the score above the boys every time. If ever I build a sorority house, it will be for the Delta Iota Nus, and a statue of the great goddess Din herself shall stand just within the entrance." "You discourage me. I was going to give a dinner." "Go ahead. A few remarks from me won't stop the course of your hospitality. Neither would a few orations. Neither would a few deliberative bodies assembled for a month of sessions, with every member talking from 9 till 6. You think I indulge in too many?" "Too many what? Festivals? Puns?" Medora paused, a bit puzzled. "Puns? Why, I never. Oh, I see." "Too many dinners? No. Who could?" This one was to be a young people's dinner. I was going to invite you." "Thanks, thanks, thanks. Still, if you think my girls are noisy—" "I was speaking of girls in numbers." "Well, Bertram Cope didn't find them so." "Why not?" "Why not, indeed! They collected in a silent little group behind my sofa." "Puzzled? Odd?" "Fudge! Well, save Thursday." "Is he coming?" "I trust so." "Then they do need a constabulary to keep them quiet." "Oh, hush!" "How many are you expecting to have? You know I don't enjoy large parties." "Could you stand 10?" "I think so." "Thursday, then," she said with a definitive hand on the knob of the door. Randolph went down the front walk with a slight stir of elation, a feeling that had come to be an infrequent visitor enough. He hoped that the company would be not only predominantly youthful, but exclusively so, aside from the hostess and himself. And even she often had her young days and her young spots. It would doubtless be clamorous, yet clamor, understood and prepared for, might be met with composure. End of Chapter 5. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 6 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year. By Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 6. Cope Dines and Tells About It. Cope pushed away the last of the themes and put the cork back in the red ink bottle. Here was a witless girl who seemed to think that Herrick and Cooper were contemporaries. The last sense to develop in the Western void was apparently the sense of chronology, unless, indeed, it were a sense for the shades of difference which served to distinguish between one age and another and provided the raw material that made chronology a matter of consequence at all. "If there were only one more," muttered Cope, looking at the pile of sheets under the gas globe, "I should probably learn that Chaucer derived from Beaumont and Fletcher." He reached up and jerked the gas jet to a different angle. The flame lit, through its nicked pale pink globe, a bedroom cramped in size and meager in furnishings, a narrow bed, dressed to look like a lounge, two stiff-backed oak chairs, not lately varnished, a bookshelf overhead, with some dozen of the more indispensable aids to our tongue's literature. The table at which he sat was one of plain deal, covered with some oriental-seeming fabric which showed here and there ink spots that antedated his own pen. He threw up this covering as it fell over the front edge of the table, pulled out a drawer, laid a sheet of paper in the bettered light, and uncorked a black ink bottle. "Dear Arthur," he began. He looked across to the other chair with its broken spindles and obfuscated varnish. With things as he wanted them, his correspondent would be sitting there, and letter writing would be unnecessary. "Dear Arthur," he repeated aloud, and set himself to a general sketch of the new land and the lay of it. "3/4 of them are of course girls," he presently found himself writing, "which is the common proportion almost everywhere, I presume, except in engineering and dentistry. However, there are 4 or 5 men. I've been pretty careful, and they still treat me with respect. I'm afraid my course is regarded as a snap. Everybody, it seems, can grasp English literature, and produce it. And almost anybody, I begin to fear, can teach it. Judging, that is, from the pay. I'm afraid the good folks at Freeford will find themselves pinched for another year still." He glanced across toward the pile of corrected themes. He felt that not everybody was called, as a matter of course, to write English, and he stubbornly nourished the belief that toiling over others' imperfections was more of a job than boards of trustees always realized. "Of course," he presently resumed, "things are rather changed from what they were before. I find more in the way of social opportunities and greater interest shown by the middle aged. It is no disadvantage to cultivate people who have their own homes. The lunchrooms round the Fountain Square are numerous enough, but not so good as they might be, and I don't know but that an instructor may lose caste by eating among a miscellany of undergraduates. Anyhow, it's no plan to pursue for long." He sat for a moment, lost in thought over recent social experiences. "One very good house has lately been opened to me," he continued. "I dined there last Thursday evening. It's really quite a mansion, a great many large rooms, picture gallery, ballroom, and all that. And the dinner itself was very handsomely done. You know my theory, a theory rather forced upon me, in truth, by circumstances, that the best way to enjoy a good meal is to have had a string of poor ones. Well, since coming back, and with no permanent arrangements made, I have had plenty of chance for getting into position to appreciate the really first class. There was a color scheme in pale pink ribbons of that color, pink icing on the cakes, and so on. The same thing could be done, and done charmingly, in light green, with pistache ice cream. Of course the candle shades were pink too." His eyes wandered toward a small triangular closet, made off from the room by a flimsy and faded calico print curtain. "I had my dress suit cleaned and pressed, but the lapels of the coat came out rather shiny, and I thought it better to hire one for the occasion. There is no trouble about a fit. I have standardized shoulders, as you know. Of course, I miss you all the time, and I assuredly missed you just here. If it is really true, as you write, that you are holding your summer gains, and weigh 12 pounds more than you did at the end of June, and if you are thinking of getting a new suit, please bear in mind that my own won't last much longer. I have the chance, now, to go out a good deal, and to meet influential, worthwhile people. In the circumstances, I ask you not to bant. One rather spare man in a pair of men is enough. My hostess, a Mrs. Phillips, I met at a tea during my first week. This tea was given by a lady in the mathematical department, and she and her husband were at the dinner. They are people in the early or middle 30s, I judge, and were probably put in as a connecting link between the two sections of the party. Mrs. Phillips, herself, is a rich widow of 40 odd, 45 or 6, possibly, though I am not the very best judge in such matters. No need to tell you that, on such a point, my eye and my general sense are none too acute. The only other middle-aged or elderly person present was a Mr. Randolph, who is perhaps 50, or a little beyond, yet who appears to have his younger moments. There were some girls, and there were 2 young men in business in the city, neighbors and not connected with the university at all, for which relief, etc., since it is a bit benumbing to move in academic circles exclusively, I should hate to feel that a really professional manner was stealing over me. Well, everybody was lively and gay, except at first Ryder. He's the math man, but even he limbered up finally. Mrs. Phillips herself has a great deal of action and vivacity, seemed hardly more than 30. Well, I could be pretty gay too, with a lot of money behind me, and I think that for another year or so I can contrive to be gay without it. But after that... I wish you had been there instead of Ryder. If you are really going to be 27 in November, as I figure it, you might yourself have served as a connecting link between youth and age. No, I take it back. I didn't mean it. I wouldn't have you seem older for anything, and you know it. There were 3 girls. They all live in the house itself, forming a little court. Mrs. P. seems to need young life and young attentions, so not one of them had to be taken home. There's usually that to do, you know. Not that it would have mattered much, as the distances would have been short and the night was clear starlight. But they could all stay where they were, and I walked home in quite different company." Cope threw back his oriental table cover once more and drew out a few additional sheets of paper. "One of them is an artist. She paints portraits and possibly other things. Oh, I was going to say, there is an art gallery at the top of the house. Her husband, I mean Mrs. Phillips, was a painter and collector himself, and after dinner we went up there, and a curious man came in, propelling a wheeled chair, a sort of death's head at the feast. But don't let me get too far away from the matter in hand. She is dark and a bit tonguey, the artist girl, and I believe she would be sarcastic and witty if she weren't held down pretty well. I think she's a niece. The relationship leaves her free, as I suppose she feels, to express herself. If you like the type, you may have it, but wit in a woman, or even humor, always makes me uncomfortable. The feminine idea of either is a little different from ours. Another girl is a musician. She plays the violin quite tolerably. Yes, I recall your views about violin playing. It's either good or bad, nothing between. I'll say this, then. She played some simple and unpretentious things and did them very deftly. Simple, unpretentious. Oddest thing in the world, for she is a recent graduate of our School of Music and began this fall as an instructor. Wouldn't you have expected to find her demanding a chance to perform a sonata at the least, or pining miserably for a concerto with full orchestra? Well, this young lady I put down as a plain boarder. You can't maintain a big house on memories and a collection of paintings. She's a nice child, and I dare say makes as good a boarder as any nice child could. The third girl, if you want to hear any more about them, seems to be a secretary. Think of having the run of a house where a social secretary is required. I'm sure she sends out the invitations and keeps the engagement book. Besides all that, she writes poetry. She is the minstrel of the court. She does verses about her chatelaine, is quite the mistress of self-respecting adulation. She would know the difference between Herrick and Cooper." Cope pulled out his watch. Then he resumed. "It's 10:30, but I think I'll run on for a few moments longer. If I don't finish, I can wind up tomorrow." Mr. Randolph sat opposite me. He looked at me a lot and gave attention to whatever I said, whether said to him or to my neighbors right and left, or to the whole table. I didn't feel him especially clever, but easy and pleasant and friendly. Also a little shy, even after we had gone up to the ballroom. I'm afraid that made me more talkative than ever. You know how shyness in another man makes me all the more confident and rackety. Be sure that voice of mine rang out. But not in song. There was a piano upstairs, of course, and that led to a little dancing. Different people took turns in playing. I danced, once, with each of the three girls, and twice with my hostess. Then I let Ryder and the two young businessmen do the rest. Randolph danced once with Mrs. Phillips, and that ended it for him. My own dancing, as you know, is nothing to brag of. I think the young ladies were quite satisfied with the little I did. I'm sure I was. You also know my views on round dances. Why dancing should be done exclusively by couples arranged strictly on the basis of contrasted sexes. I think of the good old days of the Renaissance in Italy, when women, if they wanted to dance, just got up and danced, alone, or, if they didn't want to dance alone, danced together. I like to see soldiers or sailors dance in pairs, as a straightforward outlet for superfluous physical energy. Also, peasants in a ring, about a maypole or something. Also, I very much like square dances and reels. There were enough that night for a quadrille, with somebody for the piano and even somebody to call off. But whoever sees a quadrille in these days? However, I mustn't burn any more gas on this topic. I sat out several dances between Mrs. Phillips and Mr. Randolph. He thought he had done enough for her, and she thought I had done enough for them all. And one of the young businessmen did enough for that springy, still young Mrs. Ryder. Once, indeed, Mrs. Phillips asked me if I wouldn't like to try a third dance with her. She goes at it with a good deal of old-time vivacity and vim. But I told her she must know by this time that I was something of a bungler. "I wouldn't quite say that," she returned, smiling, but we continued to sit there, side by side, on a sort of bench built against the wall, and she seemed as well pleased to have it that way as the other. She did, however, speak about a little singing. I told her that she must have found me something of a bungler there, too, and reminded her that I couldn't play the accompaniments of my best songs at all. "Arthur, my dear boy, I depend on you for that, and you must come down here and do it. No singing, then." But Mrs. Phillips was not quite satisfied. Wouldn't I recite something? Heavens! "Well, of course I know lots of poems. C'est mon métier." I repeated one. Then other volunteers were called upon. It was entertaining with a vengeance. The young ladies had to chip in also, though they, of course, were prepared to. And one of the young businessmen did some clever juggling, and Mrs. Ryder sang a little French ballad, and Mr. Randolph, poor man, was suddenly routed out of his placidity, and responded as well as he could with one or two little stories, not very pointed, and not very well told. But I judge he makes no great claim to being a raconteur. He was merely paying an unexpected tax as gracefully as he could. Well, as I was saying, the man in the wheeled chair came in. Of course he hadn't been down to dinner. I think I saw a tray for him carried along the hall. As he was working his way through the door, I suppose I must have been talking and laughing at my loudest, and that big bare room, done in hard wood, made me seem noisier still. He sort of stopped and twitched, and appeared to shrink back in his chair. I presume my tones went straight through the poor twisted invalid's head. He must have fancied me, from the racket I was making, as a sort of free and easy Hercules, which is not quite the case, if not as the whole football squad rolled into one. Whether he really saw me, then or thereafter, I don't know. He wore a sort of green shade over his eyes. Of course I met him in due form. I tried not to give his poor hand too much of a wring, another of my bad habits, but he took all I gave, and even seemed to hang on for a little more. He sat quietly to one side for a while, and I tried not to act the bull of Bashan again. Anyhow, he didn't start a second time. Presently he pulled out rather unceremoniously. The two young businessmen had begun a sort of burlesque fandango, and their feet were pretty noisy on the bare floor. He started off after looking toward the piano, and then toward me. And Mrs. Phillips glanced about as if to hint that any display of surprise or of indulgence would be misplaced. Poor chap. Well, I'm glad he didn't see me dancing. We broke up about 11, and Mr. Randolph suggested that, as we lived in the same general direction, we might walk homeward together. Great heaven, it's 11 and 5 after now. Enough, in all conscience, for tonight. You shall have the rest tomorrow. End of Chapter 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 7 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 7. Cope Under Scrutiny. An evening or two later, Cope again corked his red ink and uncorked his black. As I have said, Mr. Randolph and I walked home together. He stopped for a moment in front of his place, another large, handsome house. He told me he had the use of his quarters as long as his landlord's lease ran, and asked me to come round some time and see how he was fixed. Then he said suddenly that the evening was fine, and the night young, and that he would walk on with me to my quarters, if I didn't mind. Of course I didn't. He seemed so friendly and pleasant, but I let him learn for himself that I was far from being lodged in any architectural monument. Well, we went on for the necessary 10 minutes, and he didn't seem at all put out by the mediocre aspect of the house where I have put up. He sort of took it all for granted, as if he knew about it already. In fact, on the way from his place to mine, I no more led him, as I sense it now, than he led me. He hesitated at no corner or crossing. "I am an old Churchtonian," he said incidentally, as if he knew everything and everybody. He also mentioned, just as incidentally, that he had a brother-in-law on our board of trustees. Of course, I promised to go round and see him. I presume that I shall drop in on him some time or other. Come down here, and you shall have one more house of call. He stopped for a moment in front of my diggings, taking my hand to say good night and taking his own time in dropping it. "Enough is enough. You have the small change needed for paying your way through society," he said with a sort of smile. "I must cultivate a few little arts myself," he went on. "They seem necessary in some houses. But I'm glad, after all, that I didn't remember tonight that a tribute was likely to be levied. It would have taken away my appetite and have made the whole evening a misery in advance. As things went, I had, on the whole, a pleasant time. Only I understood that you sang, and I was rather hoping to hear you." "I do best with my regular accompanist," I returned, "meaning you, of course. I hope you don't mind being degraded to that level. And your regular accompanist is not." "Not?" "Is miles away," I replied. 150 of them, I might have added, if I had chosen to be specific. Now, if he had wanted to hear me, why hadn't he asked? He would have needed only to second Mrs. Phillips herself, and there he was, just on the other side of me. In consequence of his reticence I was driven, or drove myself, to blank verse. And that other man, the one in the chair, he may have had his expectations too. Arthur, try to grasp the situation. You must come down here, and you must bring your hands with you. Tell the bishop and the precentor that you are needed elsewhere. They will let you off. Of course I know that a village choir needs every tenor it can get and keep, but come. If they insist, leave your voice behind, but do bring your hands and your reading eye. Don't let me go along making my new circle think I'm an utter dub. Tell your father plainly that he can never in the world make a wholesale hardware man out of you. Force him to listen to reason. What is 1 year spent in finding out just what you are fit for? Come along. I miss you like the devil. Nobody does my things as sympathetically as you do. Give up your old anthems and your old tinware and tenpennies, and come along. I can bolt from this hole at a week's notice, and we can go into quarters together, a real bed instead of an upholstered shelf, and a closet big enough for 2 wardrobes, if mine really deserves the name. We could get our own breakfast, and you could take a course in something or other till you found out just what the big town could do for you. In any event, you would be bearing me company, and your company is what I need. So pack up and appear." The delay in the posting of this appeal soon brought from Winnebago a letter outside the usual course of correspondence. It was on a fresh sheet and under a new date line that Cope continued. After a page of generalities and of attention to particular points in the letter from Wisconsin, Cope took up his own line of thought. I had meant, of course, to look in on him within a few days. No great hurry about it. But on Sunday evening he wrote and asked if he might not call round on me instead. My name is not in the telephone book, neither, as I found out, was his. So I used up a sheet of paper, an envelope, and a stamp, just such as I am now using on you, to tell him that he might indeed. I put in the indeed for cordiality, hoping he wouldn't think I had slighted his invitation. On Monday evening he came round. I must have reached him by the late afternoon delivery. Need I say that he had to take his poor place as he found it? But there was no sign of the once over, no tendency to inventory or appraise. He sat down beside me on the couch, just as if he had no notion that it was a bed, and a rather rocky one at that, and talked about my row of books, and about music and plays, and about his own collection of curios, all in a quiet, contained way, yet intent on me if not on my outfit. Well, it's pleasant to be considered for what you are, rather than for what you have, or for what few poor sticks your landlady may have, and I rather liked his being here. Certainly he was a change from my students, who sometimes seemed to exclude better timber. Needless to say, he repeated his invitation, and last evening I shunted Middle English, in which I have a lot to catch up, and walked round to him. Very adequately and handsomely lodged. Really good bachelor quarters. I hadn't known for certain whether he was married or not. A stockbroker of a sort, I hear, but not enough to hurt, I should guess. He has a library and a sitting room. Like me, he sleeps 3 quarters, but he doesn't have to sit on his bed in the daytime, and he has a bathrobe of just the sort I shall have, when I can afford it. He has got together a lot of knick-knacks and curios, but takes them lightly. "Sorry, I've only one big armchair," he said, handing me his cigarette case and settling me down in comfort. "But I entertain very seldom. I should like to be hospitable," he went on. "I really think it's in me. But that's pretty much out of the question here. I have no chef, no dining room of my own, no ball-room, certainly. Perhaps before very long I shall have to make a change." He asked me about Freeford, and I didn't realize until I was on my way back that he had assumed my home town just as he had assumed my lodging. Well, all right. I never resent a friendly interest. He sat in a less easy chair, and blew his smoke rings, and wondered if I had been a small-town boy. "I'm one, too," he said. "At least Churchton, 40 years. At least Churchton, 30 years ago, was not all it is today. It has always had its own special tone, of course, but in my younger days it was just a large country village. Fewer of us went into town to make money, or to spend it." And then he asked me to go into town one evening soon, and help him spend some. He suggested it rather shyly, à tâtons, I will say, though French is not my business. He offered a dinner at a restaurant, and the theatre afterwards. Did I accept? Indeed I did. Think, Arthur, after all the movies, and the restaurants round the elms and the fountain, though you don't know them yet. I will say, too, that his cigarettes were rather better than my own. I suppose he is fully 50, but he has his young days, I can see. Certainly his age doesn't obtrude, doesn't bother me at all, though he sometimes seems conscious of it himself. He wears eyeglasses part of the time, for dignity, I presume. He had them on when I came in, but they disappeared almost at once, and I saw them no more. He asked me about my degree, though I didn't remember having spoken of it. I couldn't but mention Shakespeare, as the word goes, and you know that when I mention him it always makes the other man mention Bacon. He did mention Bacon, and smiled. "I've studied the cipher," he said. "All you need to make it go is a pair of texts, a long one and a short one, and 2 fonts of type, or their equivalent in penmanship. 2 colors of ink, for example. You can put anything into anything. See here." He reached up to a shelf and brought down a thin brown square notebook. "Here's the alphabet," he said, "and here," opening a little beyond, "is my use of it, one of my earliest exercises. I have put the first stanza of Annabel Lee into the second chapter of Tom Jones. He ignored the absent eye-glasses and picked out the red letters from the black with perfect ease. "Simplest thing in the world," he went on. "Anybody can do it. All it needs is time and patience and care. And if you happen to be waggishly or fraudulently inclined, you can give yourself considerable entertainment, and can entertain or puzzle other people later. You don't really believe that Bacon wrote Shakespeare?" "Of course I don't, Arthur, as you very well know." I picked out the first line of Annabel Lee by arranging the necessary groupings among the odd mixture of black and red letters he exhibited, and told him I didn't believe that Bacon wrote Shakespeare, nor that Shakespeare did either. "Who did, then?" he naturally asked. I told him that I would grant, at the start and for a few seasons, a group of young noblemen and young gentlemen, but that some of them, supposing there to have been more than that one, soon distanced all the rest, and presently became the edifice before which the manager from Stratford was only the façade. He, this someone, was a noble and a man of wide reach both in his natural endowments and in his acquired culture. But he couldn't dip openly into the London cesspool. He had his own quality to safeguard against the contamination of a new and none too highly regarded trade. "I don't care for your shillings," he said to Shaxper, "nor for the printed plays afterward. But I do value your front and your footing and the services they can render me on my way to self-expression." He was an earl, or something such, with a country seat in Warwick, or on the borders of Gloucestershire. "And if I only had a year and the money to make a journey among the manor houses of mid-England," I said, "and to dig for a while in their muniment rooms well, you get the idea, all right enough." He came across and sat on the arm of the big easy-chair. "If you went over there and discovered all that, the English scholars would never forgive you, as of course they wouldn't. Look at the recent Shaxper discoveries by Americans in London, and wouldn't that be a rather sensational thesis," he went on, "from a staid candidate for an M.A. or a Ph.D. or a Litt.D. or whatever it is you're after?" "It would of a variety, and why shouldn't it be? Don't go over there," he ended with a smile, as he dropped his hand on my shoulder. "Your friends would rather have you here." "Never fear," I returned. "I can't possibly manage it. I shall just do something on the disjunctive conjunctions in Paradise Lost, and let it go at that." He got up to reach for the ash receiver. "They tell me," he said, "that a degree isn't much in itself. Just an étape on the journey to a better professional standing." "Yes," said I, "and to better professional rewards. It means so many more hundreds of dollars a year in pay. But you know all about that, too. I'm glad your dramatic club is getting forward so well with the rehearsals for its first drive of the season. Glad, too, that, this time at least, they have given you a good part. Tell me all about it before the big stars in town begin to dim your people in my eyes, and in your own, and don't let them cast you for the next performance in January. You will be here by then. Yours, B.L.C. End of Chapter 7. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 8 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 8. Cope Undertakes an Excursion. 2 or 3 days later, Randolph met Medora Phillips in front of the bank. This was a neat and solemn little edifice opposite the elms and the fountain. It was neighbored by dry goods stores, the offices of renting agencies, and the restaurants where the unfraternized undergraduates took their daily chances. Through its door passed tradesmen's clerks with deposits, and young housewives with babies in perambulators, and students with their small financial problems, and members of the faculty about to cash large or small checks. Mrs. Phillips had come across from the dry goods store to pick up her monthly sheaf of vouchers. It was the 3rd of October. "Don't you want to come in for a minute?" she asked Randolph. "Then you can walk on with me to the stationer's. Carolyn tells me that our last batch of invitations reduced us to nothing. How did your dinner go?" Randolph followed her into the cool marble interior. "Oh, in town, you mean? Quite well, I think. I'm sure my young man took a good honest appetite with him." "I know. We don't do half enough for these poor boys." "Yes, he rose to the food, but not to the drinks. I took him, after all, to my club. I innocently suggested cocktails, but no, he declined in a deft but straightforward way. Country principles. Small town morals. He made me feel like like a corrupter of youth." "You didn't mind, though. Of course you didn't. You liked it. Wasn't it noble? Wasn't it charming? So glad we had nothing but Apollinaris and birch beer. Still, it would have been a pleasure to hear him refuse." The receiving teller gave her her vouchers. She put them in her handbag and somehow got round a perambulator, and the two went out on the street. "And how did your show go?" she continued. "That's about as much as we can call the drama in these days." "That, possibly, didn't go quite so well. I took him to a comedy, as they nowadays call their mixture of farce and funnement. Comedy. I wish Meredith could have seen it. Well, he laughed a little, here and there. Obligingly, I might say. But there was no chew in the thing for him, nothing to fill his intellectual maw. He's a serious youngster, after all, exuberant as he seems. I felt him appraising me as a gay old irresponsible." "Old? You are not to use that word. Come, don't say that he venerated you." "Oh, not at all. During the 6 hours we were together train, club, theater, and train again he never once called me 'sir.' He never once employed our clumsy, repellent Anglo Saxon mode of address, 'Mr.' In fact, he never employed any mode of address at all. He got round it quite cleverly, on system, as I soon began to perceive. And not for a moment did he forget that the system was in operation. He used, straight through, a sort of generalized manner. I might have been anywhere between 20 and 65. They were now in front of the stationer's show window, and there were few people in the quiet thoroughfare to jostle them. Medora smiled. "How clever, how charming," she said, "leaving you altogether free to pick your own age. I hope you didn't go beyond 35. You must have been quite charming in your early 30s." "That's kind of you, I'm sure. But I don't believe that I was ever charming at any age. I think you've used that word once too often. I was a quiet, studious lad, with nice notions, but possibly something of a prig. I was less charming than correct. The young ladies had the greatest confidence in me. Not one of them was ever afraid." "Why, how horrid! How utterly unsatisfactory! Nor their mothers?" "No. And I'm still single, as you've advised. And I'm not sure that the young gentlemen cared much more for me. If I had had a little more gimp and verve, I might have equaled the particular young gentleman of whom we have been discoursing. But..." His obviously artificial style of speech concealed, as she guessed, some real feeling. "Oh, if you insist on disparaging yourself..." "I was quite as coolly correct as I apprehend him to be. And if I could only have contrived to compass the charming, as well, who knows what?" "You don't like my word. Is there a better, a more suitable?" "No. You have the mot juste." He threw a finger through the wide pane of glass. "Is that the sort of thing you are after? Those boxes of pale gray are rather good." "I never buy from the show window. Come in and help me choose." "I love to shop," he said, in a mock ecstasy. "With others," he added. I like to follow money in and to contribute taste and experience." Over the stationer's counter she said, "Save Sunday. We are going out to the Sand Hills." "Thank you. Very well. Most glad to." "Are you going to bring him?" "Him?" "Bertram Cope." "Why, I've given him 6 hours within 2 or 3 days, and now you're asking me to give him 16. 16 or more. But you're not giving them to him. You're giving them to all of us. You're giving them to me. The day is likely to be fine and settled, and I'd recommend your catching the 8:30 train. I shall have my full load in the car, and more if I have to take along Helga. Try to reach us by 1 or a quarter past." Mrs. Phillips had lately taken on a house among the sand dunes beyond the state line. This singular region had recently acquired so wide a reputation for utter neglect and desolation that, despite its distance from town, whether in miles or in hours, no one could quite afford to ignore it. Picnics, pageants, encampments, and excursions all united in proclaiming its remoteness, its silence, its vacuity. Along the rim of ragged slopes which put a term to the hundreds of miles of water that spread from the north, people tramped, bathed, canoed, motored, and week-ended. Within a few seasons Duneland had acquired as great a reputation for prahlerische Dunkelheit, for ostentatious obscurity, as ever was enjoyed even by Schiller's Wallenstein. Lovers of nature and friends of the landscape moved through its distant and inaccessible purlieus in squads and cohorts. Everybody had to spend there at least one Sunday in the summer season. There were enthusiasts whose interest ran from March to November, there were fanatics who insisted on trips thitherward in January, and there were 1 or 2 super-fanatics, ranking ahead even of the fishermen and the sand-diggers, who clung to that weird and changing region the whole year through. Medora Phillips' house was several miles beyond the worst of the hurly-burly. There were no tents in sight, even in August, nor was the honk of the motor horn heard even during the most tumultuous Sundays. The spot was harder to reach than most others along the 20 miles of nicked and ragged brim which helped enclose the wide blue area of the big water, but was better worth while when you got there. Her little tract lay beyond the more prosaic reaches that were furnished chiefly in the light green of deciduous trees. It was part of a long stretch thickly set for miles with the dark and somber green of pines. Our nature lover had taken, the year before, a neglected and dilapidated old farmhouse and had made it into what her friends and habitués liked to call a bungalow. The house had been put up, in the rustic spirit which ignores all considerations of landscape and outlook, behind a well-treed dune which allowed but the merest glimpse of the lake. However, a walk of 6 or 8 minutes led down to the beach, and in the late afternoon the sun came with grand effect across the gilded water and through the tall pine trunks which bordered the zigzag path. Medora had added a sleeping porch, a dining porch, and a lean-to for the car, and she entertained there through the summer lavishly, even if intermittently and casually. No place in the world like it, she would declare enthusiastically to the yet inexperienced and therefore the still unconverted. The spring arrives weeks ahead of our spring in town, and the fall lingers on for weeks after. Come to our shore, where the fauna and flora of the whole country meet in one. All the wild birds pass in their migrations, and the flowers! Then she would expatiate on the trailing arbutus in April, and the vast sheets of pale blue lupines in early June, and the yellow, sun-like blossoms of the prickly pear in July, and the red glories of painter's brush and bittersweet and sumac in September. No wonder, she would say, that they have to distribute handbills on the excursion trains, asking people to leave the flowers alone. "How shocking!" Cope had cried, with his resonant laugh, when this phase of the situation was brought to his attention. "Are the automobile people any better?" Randolph had told him of some of the other drawbacks involved in the excursion. "It's a long way to go, even when you pass up the trolley and make a single big bolt by train. And it leads through an industrial region that is mighty unprepossessing. Little beauty until almost the end. And even when you get there, it may all seem a slight and simple affair for the time and trouble taken, unless you really like nature. And lastly," he said, with a sidelong glance at Cope, "you may find yourself, as the day wears on, getting a little too much of my company." "Oh, I hope that doesn't mean," returned Cope, with another ingenuous unchaining of his native resonance, "that you are afraid of getting a little too much of mine. I'm fond of novelty, and nobody can frighten me." "If that's the case, let's get away as early in the day as we can. Breakfasts, of course, are late in every household on Sunday, so let's meet at the Maroon and Purple Tavern at 7:30 and make a flying start at 8." Sunday morning came clear and calm and warm to the town, a belated September day or possibly an early intimation of Indian summer, and it promised to be even more delightful in the favored region toward which our friends were journeying. After they had cleared many miles of foundries and railroad crossings and had paralleled for a last half hour a distant succession of sandhills, wooded or glistening white, they were set down at a small group of farmhouses, with a varied walk of 5 miles before them. Half a mile through a shaded country lane, another half mile along a path that led across low, damp ground through thickets of hazel and briar, a third half mile over a light soil, increasingly sandy, beneath oaks and lindens and pines which cloaked the outlines of the slopes ahead, and finally a great mound of pure sand that slanted up into a blue sky and made its own horizon. "We've taken things easy," said Randolph, who had been that way before, "and I hope we have enough breath left for our job. There it lies, right in front of us." "No favor asked here," declared Cope. He gave a sly, sidewise glance, as if to ask how the other might stand as to leg muscles and wind. "Up we go," said Randolph. End of Chapter 8. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 9 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 9. Cope on the Edge of Things. The adventurer in Duneland hardly knows, as he works his way through one of the infrequent blowouts, whether to thank Nature for her aid or to tax her with her cruelty. She offers few other means of reaching the water save for these nicks in the edges of the great cup, yet it is possible enough to view her as a careless and reckless handmaiden busily devastating the cosmical china closet. The blowout is a tragedy, and the cause of further tragedy. The north winds, in the impetus gathered through a long, unimpeded flight over 300 miles of water, ceaselessly try and test the sandy bulwarks for a slightest opening. The flaw once found, the work of devastation and desolation begins, and, once begun, it continues without cessation. Every hurricane cuts a wider and deeper gash, fills the air with clouds of loose sand, and gives sinister addition to the white shifting heaps and fields that steal slowly yet unrelentingly over the green hinterland of forest which lies below the southern slopes. Trees yet to die stand in passive bands at their feet. The stark, black trunks of trees long dead rise here and there in spots where the sand glacier has done its work of ruin and passed on. After some moments of scrambling and panting, our two travelers gained the divide. Below them sloped a great amphitheater of sand, falling in irregular gradations, and at the foot of all lay the lake, calmly azure, with its horizon, whether near or far, for it was almost impossible to say, mystically vague. On either hand rose other hills of sand, set with sparse pines and covered, in patches, with growths of wild grape, the fruit half ripened. Within the amphitheatre, at various levels, rose grimly a few stumps and shreds of cedars long dead and long indifferent to the future ravages of the enemy. The whole scene was, today, plausibly gentle and inert. It was indeed a bridal of earth and sky, with the self-contained approval of the blue deep, and no counter-assertion from any demon wind. "So far, so good," said Randolph, taking off his hat, wiping his forehead, and breathing just a little harder than he liked. "The rest of our course is plain, down those slopes and then a couple of miles along the shore. Easy walking, that. A mere promenade on a boulevard." Cope stood on the height and tossed his bare head like a tireless young colt. The sun fell bright on his mane of yellow hair. He took in a deep breath. "It's good," he declared. "It's great, and the water looks better yet. Shall we make it in a rush?" He began to plunge down the long, broken sand slope. Each step was worth 10. Randolph followed with judgment. He would not seem young enough to be a competitor, nor yet old enough to be a drag. On the shore he wiped and panted a little more, but not to the point of embarrassment, and still less to the point of mortification. After all, he was keeping up pretty well. At the bottom, Cope, with his shoes full of sand, turned round and looked up the slope down which his companion was coming. He waved his arms. "It's almost as fine from here!" he cried. The beach, once gained, was in sight both ways for miles. Not a human habitation was visible, nor a human being. 2 or 3 gulls flew a little out from shore, and the tracks of a sandpiper led from the wet shingle to the first fringe of sandgrass higher up. "Where are the crowds?" asked Cope, with a sonorous shout. "Miles behind," replied Randolph. "We haven't come this long distance to meet them, after all. Besides," he continued, looking at his watch, "this is not the time of day for them. At 12:15 people are not strolling or tramping. They're thinking of their dinner. We have a full hour or more for making less than 2 easy miles before we reach ours." "No need to hurry, then." The beach, at its edge, was firm, and they strolled on for half a mile and cooled off as they went. The air was mild. The noonday sun was warm. Both of them had taken off their coats. They sat down under a clump of basswoods, the only trees beyond the foot of the sand slope, and looked at the water. "It's like a big useless bathtub," observed Randolph. "Not so much useless as unused." "Yes, I suppose the season is as good as over, though this end of the lake stays warm longer than most other parts." "It isn't so much the warmth of the water," remarked Cope sententiously. "It's more the warmth of the air." "Well, the air seems warm enough. After all, the air and the sun are about the best part of a swim. Do you want to go in?" Cope rose, walked to the edge of the water, and put in a finger or two. "Well, it might be warmer, but, as I say, we could try a 10-minute dip. That would get us to our dinner in good time and in good trim." "All right, let's then." "Only you'll have to do most of the swimming," said Randolph. "My few small feats are all accomplished pretty close to shore." "Never mind. Company's the thing. A fellow finds it rather slow, going in alone." Cope whisked off his clothes with incredible rapidity and piled them, or flung them, under the basswoods, the suddenly resuscitated technique of the small-town lad who could take avail of any pond or any quiet stretch of river on the spur of the moment. He waded in quickly up to his waist, and then took an intrepid header. His lithe young legs and arms threw themselves about hither and yon. After a moment or two he got on his feet and made his way back across a yard of fine shingle to the sand itself. He was sputtering and gasping, and the long yellow hair, which usually lay in a flat, clean sweep from forehead to occiput, now sprawled in a grotesque pattern round his temples. "Brr! It is cold, sure enough. But jump in. The air will be all right. I'll be back with you in a moment." Randolph advanced to the edge and felt in turn. It was cold, but he meant to manage it here just as he had managed with the sand slopes. Two heads bobbed on the water where but one had bobbed before. Ceremonially, at least, the rite was complete. "It's never so cold the second time," declared Cope encouragingly. "One dip doesn't make a swim any more than one swallow." He flashed his soles in the sunlight, and was once again immersed, gulping, in a maelstrom of his own making. "Twice to oblige you," said Randolph, "but no more. I'll leave the rest to the sun and the air." Cope, out again, ran up and down the sands for 100 feet or so. "I know something better than this," he declared presently. He threw himself down and rolled himself in the abundance of fine, dry, clean sand. "An arenaceous ulster, speaking etymologically," he said. He came back to the clump of basswoods near which Randolph was sitting on a short length of driftwood, with his back to the sun, and sat down beside him. "You're welcome to it," said Randolph, laughing. "But how are you going to get it off? By another dip? Certainly not by the slow process of time. We have some moments to spare, but hardly enough for that. Meanwhile..." He picked up a handful of sand and applied it to a bare shoulder blade which somehow had failed to get its share of protection. "Thanks," said Cope. "The right thing done for Polynices. Yes, I shall take one final dip and dry myself on my handkerchief. I shall dry by the other process, and so shall be able to spare you mine. How much time have we yet?" Randolph reached for his trousers, as they hung on a lower branch of one of the basswoods. "Oh, a good 3/4 of an hour." "That's time enough, and to spare. I wonder whom we're going to meet." "There's a usual crowd. The 3 young ladies, commonly. 1 or 2 young men who understand how to tinker the oil stove, which usually needs it, and how to prime the pump. They once asked me to do these things, but I've discovered that younger men enjoy it more than I do, so I let them do it. Besides these, a number of miscellaneous people, perhaps, who come out by trolley or in their own cars." "The young ladies always come?" asked Cope, brushing the sand from his chest. "Usually. Together. The Graces. Otherwise, what becomes of the group?" "Well, I hope there'll be enough fellows to look after the stove and the pump and them. I'm not much good at that last." "No?" "There's a knack about it, a technique that I don't seem to possess, nor do I seem greatly prompted to learn it." "Of course, there is no more reason for assuming that every man will make a good lover than that every woman will make a good mother or a good housekeeper. Or that every adult male will make a good citizen, desiring the general welfare and bestirring himself to contribute his own share to it. I don't feel that I am an especially creditable one. So it runs. We ground our general life on theories, and then the facts come up and slap us in the face." Randolph rose and relieved the basswood of the first garments. "Are you about ready for that final dip?" Cope made his last plunge, and returned red and shivering to use the 2 handkerchiefs. "Well, we have 30 minutes," said Randolph, as they resumed their march. On the one hand the ragged line of dunes, with their draping dense or slight of pines, lindens, and oaks; on the other the unruffled expanse of blue, spreading toward a horizon even less determinate than before. "No, I'm not at all apt," said Cope, returning to his theme. "Not even for self-defense. I suppose I'm pretty sure to get caught some time or other." "Each woman according to her powers and gifts. Varying degrees of desire, of determination, of dexterity. To be just, I might add a 4th D: devotion." "You've run the gauntlet," said Cope. "You seem to have come through all right." "Well," Randolph returned deprecatingly, "I can't really claim ever to have enlisted any woman's best endeavors." "I hope I shall have the same good luck. Of your 4Ds, it's the dexterity that gives me the most dread." "Yes, the appeal, not always honest, to chivalry. Though devotion is sometimes a close second. You're manoeuvred into a position where you're made to think you must. I've known chaps to marry on that basis. It's weary waiting until Madame dies and Madonna steps into her place." "Meanwhile, safety in numbers." "Yes, even though you're in the very midst of wishing, or of wondering, or of a careful concern to cloak either." "Don't dwell on it. You fill me with apprehensions." Randolph put up his arm and pointed. A roof through a notch between two sandhills beyond a long range of them was seen, set high and half hidden by the spreading limbs of pines. "There it is," he said. "So close already?" Such, indeed, it appeared. "Not so close as it seems. We may just as well step lively." Cope, with an abundance of free action, was treading along on the very edge of things, careless of the rough shingle and indifferent to the probability of wet feet, and swinging his hat as he went. In some such spirit, perhaps, advanced young Stoutheart to the ogre's castle. He even began to foot it a little faster. "Well, I can keep up with you yet," thought Randolph. Aloud he said, "You've done very well with your hair. Quite an inspiration to have carried a comb." Cope grimaced. "I trust I'm free to comb myself on Sunday. There are plenty of others to do it for me through the week." End of Chapter 9. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 10 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 10. Cope at his House Party. "You look as fit as two fiddles," said Medora Phillips at the top of her sandhill. "We are," declared Randolph. "Have the rest of the orchestra arrived?" "Most of us are here, and the rest will arrive presently. Listen! I think I hear a honk somewhere back in the woods." The big room of the house, made by knocking two small rooms together, seemed fairly full already, and other guests were on the back porch. The Graces were there, putting the finishing touches to the table. Helga had not come, after all, but had gone instead, with her young man, to spend a few sunny afternoon hours among the films. And one of the young businessmen, present at Mrs. Phillips' dinner, was present here. He seemed to know how to handle the oil stove and the pump, with the cooperation of the chauffeur, and how to aid the three handmaidens in putting on the knives, forks, plates and napkins that Helga had decided to ignore. The people in the distant motor car became less distant. Soon they stopped in a clearing at the foot of the hill, and before long they appeared at the top with a small hamper of provisions. "Oh, why didn't you ask us to bring something?" cried Cope. Randolph shrugged his shoulders. He saw himself lugging a basket of eatables through 5 miles of sand and thicket. "You've brought yourself," declared Mrs. Phillips genially. "That's enough." There was room for the whole dozen on the dining porch. The favored few in one corner of it could glimpse the blue plain of the lake, or at least catch the horizon. The rest could look over the treetops toward the changing colors of the wide marshes inland. And when the feast was over, the chauffeur took his refreshment off to one side, and then amiably lent a hand with the dishes. "Let me help wipe," cried Cope impulsively. "There are plenty of hands to help," returned his hostess. She seemed to be putting him on a higher plane and saving him for better things. One of the better things was a stroll over her tumultuous domain. The 5 miles he had already covered were not enough. "I'll stay where I am," declared Randolph, who had taken this regulation jaunt before. He followed Cope to the hook from which he was taking down his hat. "Admire everything," he counseled in a whisper. "Eh?" "Adjust yourself to our dominant mood without delay or reluctance. Praise promptly and fully everything that is ours." The party consisted of 4 or 5 of the younger people and 2 or 3 of the older. Most of them had taken the walk before. Cope, as a novice, became the especial care of Mrs. Phillips herself. The way led sandily along the crest of a wooded amphitheater, with less stress on the prospect waterward than might have been expected. Cope was not allowed, indeed, to overlook the vague horizon where, through the pine groves, the blue of sky and of sea blended into one; but, under Medora Phillips' guidance, his eyes were mostly turned inland. "People think," she said, "that 'the dunes' means nothing beyond a regular row of sandhills following the edge of the water, yet half the interest and 3/4 of the variety are to be found in behind them. See my wide marsh off to the southeast, with those islands of tamarack here and there, and imagine how beautiful the shadows are toward sunset. Look at that thick wood at the foot of the slope. Do you think it is flat? No, it's as humpy and hilly as anything ever traversed. Only this spring a fascinating murderer hid there for weeks, and last January we could hear the howls of timber wolves driven down from Michigan by the cold. And see those tall dead pines rising above it all. I call them the Three Witches. You'll get them better just a few paces to the left. This way." She even placed her hand on his elbow to make sure that her tragic group should appear to highest advantage. Yes, he was an admirable young man, giving admirable attention, thrusting out his hat toward prospects of exceptional account, and casting his frank blue eyes into her face between times. Charmingly perfect teeth and a wonderful sweep of yellow hair, a highly civilized fawn for her highly sylvan setting. Indifferent, perhaps, to her precious trio, but there were other young fellows to look after them. Cope praised loudly and readily. The region was unique, and every view had its charm, every view save one. Beyond the woods and the hills and the distant marshes which spread behind all these, there rose on the bluish horizon a sole tall chimney, with its long black streak of smoke. Below it and about it spread a vast rectangular structure with watch-towers at its corners. The chimney bespoke light and heat and power furnished in quantities, power for many shops, manned by compulsory workers, a prison, in short. "Why, what's that?" asked Cope tactlessly. Medora Phillips withheld her eyes and sent out a guiding finger in the opposite direction. "Only see the red of those maples," she said, "and that other red just to the left, the tree with the small fine leaves all aflame. Do you know what it is?" "I'm afraid not." "It's a tupelo. And this shrub right here." She took between her fingers one large, bland, indented leaf on a small tree close to the path. Cope shook his head. "Why, it's a sassafras. And this?" She thrust her toe into a thick, lustrous bed of tiny leaves that hugged the ground. "No again? That's kinnick. Oh, my poor boy, you have everything to learn. Brought up in the country, too." "But really," said Cope in defense, "Freeford isn't so small as that. And even in the country one may turn by preference to books. Try me on primroses and date palms and pomegranates." Medora broke off a branch of sassafras and switched it to and fro as she walked. "See," she said, "3 kinds of leaves on the same tree, one without lobes, one with a single lobe, and one with 2." "Isn't nature wonderful?" replied Cope easily. Meanwhile, the young ladies sauntered along, before or behind, as the case might be, in the company of the young businessman and that of another youth who had come out independently on the trolley. They appeared to be suitably accompanied and entertained, but shiftings and readjustments ensued, as they are sure to do with a walking party. Cope presently found himself scuffling through the thin grass and the briery thickets alongside the young businessman. He was a clever, companionable chap, but he declared himself all too soon, even in this remote Arcadia, as utterly true to type. Cope was not long in feeling him as operating on the unconscious assumption, unconscious and therefore all the more damnable, that the young man in business constituted ipso facto a kind of norm by which other young men in other fields of endeavor were to be gauged. The farther they deviated from the standard he automatically set up, the more lamentable their deficiencies. A few condescending inquiries as to the academic life, that strange aberration from the normality of the practical and profitable course which made the ordinary life of the day, and the separation came. "Enough of him," muttered Cope to himself presently, and began to cast about for other company. Amy Leffingwell was strolling along alone. He caught a branch of haw from before her meditative face, and proffered a general remark about the beauty of the day and the interest in the changing prospect. Amy's pretty pink face brightened. "It is a lovely day," she said. "And the more of this lovely weather we have in October, and especially in November, the more trouble it makes. Surely you don't want rain or frost?" "No, but it becomes harder to shut the house up for good and all. Last fall we opened and closed 2 or 3 times. We even tried coming out in December." "In mackintoshes and rubber boots?" "Almost. But the boots are better for February. At least they would have been last February. It seems hard to imagine such a future for a place like this, or such a past. Things can be pretty rough, I assure you, and the roads are not always as good as they are today." "And when the pump froze," she went on, "they had to depend upon the lake. And when the lake froze, they had to fall back on melted snow and ice. And even when the lake didn't freeze, the blowing waters and the flying sands often heaped up big ridges that quite cut them off from the open sea. Then they had to prospect along those tawny hummocks for some small inlet that would yield a few buckets of frozen spray, keeping on the right side of the deep fissures that held the threat of icebergs to be cast loose at any moment. And sometimes," she added, in search of a little thrill, "we would get back toward shore to find deep openings with clear water dashing beneath. We had been walking on a mere snow crust half the time." "Most interesting," said Cope accommodatingly. He saw no winter shore. "Yes, February was bad, but Mrs. Phillips wanted to make sure, toward the end of the winter, that the house hadn't blown away, nor the contents, for we have housebreakers every so often. And Hortense wanted to make some color notes. I believe she's going to try for some more today." "Today is a good day, unless the October tints are too obvious. She says they are not subtle, but that she can use them." Well, here he was, talking along handily enough, but he had no notion of talking for long about Hortense. He preferred returning to the weather. "And what does such a day do for you?" he asked. "Oh, I suppose it helps me in a general way, but my notes, of course, are on paper already." Yes, he was walking alongside her and holding his own, thus far. She seemed a pretty enough, graceful enough little thing, not so tall by an inch or so as she appeared when seated behind that samovar. On that day she had been reasonably sprightly toward others, even if not toward him. Today she seemed meditative, rather, even elegiac, unless there was a possible subacid tang in her reference to Hortense's color notes. Aside from that possibility, there was little indication of the dexterity which Randolph had asked him to beware. "On paper already?" he repeated. "But not all of them. I know you compose. You are not saying that you are about to give composition up?" A forced and awkward slur, perhaps, but it served. She gave a little sigh. "Pupils don't want my pieces," she said. "Scales, exercises." "I know," he returned. "Themes, clearness, mass, unity, it's the same." They looked at each other and smiled. "We ought not to think of such things today," she said. Mrs. Phillips came along, shepherding her little flock for the return. "But before we do turn back," she adjured them, "just look at those two lovely spreading pines standing together alone on that far hill." The small group gazed obediently, though to many of them the prospect was a familiar one. Yes, there stood two pines, one just a little taller than the other and just a little inclined across the other's top. "A girl out here in August called them Paolo and Francesca. Do you think," she asked Cope, "that those names are suitable?" "Oh, I don't know," he replied, looking at the trees thoughtfully. "They seem rather static. And Dante's lovers, if I recollect, had considerable drive. They were al vento, on the wind, weren't they? It might be less violent and more modern to call your trees Pelleas and Melisande, or " "That's it! That's the very thing!" said Medora Phillips heartily. "Pelleas and Melisande, of course! That girl had a very ordinary mind." "I've felt plenty of wind on the dunes, more than once," interjected Hortense. "Or Darby and Joan," Cope continued. "Not that I'm defending that poor creature, whoever she was. They seem to be a pretty staid, steady going couple." "Don't," said Medora. "Too many ideas are worse than too few. They confuse one." And Amy Leffingwell, who had seemed willing to admire him, now looked at him with an air of plaintive protest. "Darby and Joan," muttered Hortense into a sumac bush. "You might as well call them Jack and Jill." "They're Pelleas and Melisande," declared Mrs. Phillips in a tone of finality. "Thank you so much," she said, with a smile that reinstated Cope after a threatened lapse from favor. End of Chapter 10. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 11 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 11. Cope Enlivens the Country. As they drew near the house, they heard the tones of a gramophone. This instrument rested flatly on a small table and took the place of a piano, which would have been a fearful thing to transport from town and back. It was jigging away merrily enough, with a quick, regular rhythm which suggested a dance tune, and when the party re entered the big room it was seen that a large corner of the center rug was still turned back. Impossible that anybody could have been dancing on the Sabbath. Surely everybody understood that the evangelical principles of Churchton were projected on these occasions to the dunes. Besides, the only women left behind had been two in their 40s. The men in their company were even older. Medora Phillips looked at Randolph, but he was staring inexpressively at the opposite wall. She found herself wondering if there were times when the mere absence of the young served automatically to make the middle-aged more youthful. "Well, we've had a most lovely walk," she declared. She crossed to the far corner of the room, contriving to turn down the rug as she went, and opened up a new reservoir of records. She laid them on the table rather emphatically, as if to say, "These are suited to the day." "I hope you're all rested up," she continued, and put one of the new records on the machine. The air was from a modern opera, true, but it was slow going and had even been fitted out with sacred words. Everybody knew it, and presently everybody was humming it. "It ought not to be hummed," she declared. "It ought to be sung. You can sing it, Mr. Cope." "Oh, yes, indeed," replied Cope readily enough. "I have the breath left, I think. Or I can very soon find it. Take a few minutes. I'll fill in with something else." They listened to an inconclusive thing by a wabbling soprano, and then Mrs. Phillips put the other record back. The accompaniment to the air was rather rich and dense, and the general tone quality was somewhat blatant. But Cope stood up to it all, and had the inspiration to treat the new combination as a sort of half joke. But he was relieved from the bother of accompanying himself. His resonance overlaid in some measure the cheap quality of the record's tone. He contrived to master a degree of momentum to let himself go, and the general result was good, much better than his attempt at that tea. Hortense and Carolyn looked at him with a new respect, and Amy, who had been willing to admire, now admired openly. Cope ended, gave a slight grimace, and sauntered away from the table and the instrument. He knew that he had done rather well. "Bravo!" loudly cried one of the ladies, who felt that she was under suspicion of having taken a step or two in the dance. And, "Oh, my dear," said Mrs. Phillips to her sotto voce, "isn't he utterly charming?" Cope wiped his brow. The walk had made him warm, and the singing had made him warmer. One or two of the women were using chance pamphlets as fans, despite Mrs. Phillips's ill-concealed doubts, and everybody showed a willingness to keep in the draught from the open windows. "Is it close here?" asked the hostess anxiously. "The day is almost like summer. If the water is anywhere nearly as warm as the air is. Let me see. It's 4:15. I have a closet full of bathing suits, all sizes and shapes, and several colors, if anybody cares to go in." "Don't!" cried Cope explosively. She looked at him with interest. "Have you been trying it?" "I have, on the way along the shore. I assure you, however warm the air may be, the bathing season is over." "Well, I rather thought something had been happening to you. Mr. Randolph, is it as bad as he says?" "I'll take his word," replied Randolph. "And I think all of us had better do the same." "We might go down to the beach, anyway," she said. "Hortense wants to make her color notes, and the color will be good from now on." Several of the party threaded their way down over the sliding sandy path which led through the pines and junipers. Cope was willing to go with the others, on the present understanding. He objected to promiscuous bathing even more strongly than he objected to promiscuous dancing. There were some new cumuli in the east, out above the water, and they began to take the late afternoon sun. Hortense cast about for just the right point of view, with Carolyn to help on atmosphere, and two young men to be superserviceable over camp-stool, sketch-block, and box of colors. She brought back a few dabs, which may have served some future use. At all events, they served as items in a social record. Cope and Amy, with some of the others, strolled off in the opposite direction. The water remained smooth, and some of the men idly skipped stones. One of them dipped in his hand. "Cold!" he exclaimed. "I should say!" Amy looked admiringly at Cope, as one who had braved, beyond season, the chill of the great deep, and he tried to reward her with a thought or two. He had skipped stones himself between dips, and Randolph had made a reflection which he could now revise and employ. "See," he said, as a flat, wave-worn piece of slate left the hand of the young businessman and careered over the water. 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 10, 13, and then down, down, after all, down to the bottom. And so we end, every one of us. The great thing is to crowd in all the action we can before the final plunge comes, to go skipping and splashing as hard and long and fast and far as we may." A valuable thought, possibly. and elaborated beyond Randolph's sketchy and casual utterance, but Amy looked uncomfortable and chilled and glanced with little favor at a few other flat stones lying at her feet. "Please don't. Please change the subject," she seemed to ask. She changed it herself. "You sang beautifully," she said, with some return of warmth, even with some approach to fervor. "Oh, I can sing," he returned nonchalantly, "if I can only have my hands in my pockets, or waving in the air, or anywhere but on a keyboard." "I wish you had let them persuade you to sing another." She was not only willing to admire, but desirous. Conscientious amends, perhaps, for an earlier verdict. "One or two more skips, you know, after getting started." "Oh, once was enough. A happy coincidence. The next might have been an unhappy one." "You have never learned to accompany yourself?" "As you've seen, I'm a rather poor hand at it. I've depended a good deal on others, or, better, on another." She looked at him earnestly. "Have you ever sung to an obbligato?" "None of my songs thus far has called for one. An obbligato? Never so much honored. No, indeed. Why, to me it would seem almost like singing with an orchestra. Imagine a cello. Imagine a flute. Still, I'm not a soprano going mad. Or imagine a saxophone. That might be droll." He gave out a sort of dragging bleat. She did not smile. Perhaps she felt such an approach to waggery unworthy of him. Perhaps she was holding him up to the dignity of the natural scene, and to the importance of the occasion as she conceived it. Cope had no desire to figure as a comique, and at once regained sobriety. "Of course," he admitted, "we are not at a thé dansant or a cabaret. Such things ought not to be thought of here." She turned her eyes on him again, with a new look of sympathy and understanding. Perhaps understanding between them had failed or lapsed but a moment before. "How all of this shames the town," she said. "And us, if we misbehave," he added. Mrs. Phillips came scurrying along, collecting her scattered guests as before. "Tea," she said. "Tea for one or two who must make an early start back to town. Also a sip and a bite for those who stay." She moved along toward Hortense and her little group. Hortense's color notes did not appear to amount to much. Hortense seemed to have been fussed, either by an excess of company and of help, or by some private source of discontent and disequilibrium. "Come," Mrs. Phillips cried to her. "I need every Martha to lend a hand." Hortense rose, and one of her young men picked up her camp stool. "So glad you haven't got to go early," said Mrs. Phillips to Randolph and Cope. "In fact, you might stay all night. It will be warm, and there are cots and blankets for the porch." "Thanks, indeed," said Cope, "but I have a class at 8:15 tomorrow morning, and they'll be waiting to hear about the English novel in the 18th century. Worse luck, Fielding and Richardson, and—" "Are you going to explain Pamela and Clarissa to them?" asked Hortense. She was abrupt and, possibly, a bit scornful. Cope seemed to scent a challenge, and accepted it. "I am. The women may figure on the covers, but the men play their own strong part through the pages." "I seem to recall," contributed Mrs. Phillips, "that Sir Charles Grandison figured both ways." "That prig!" said Hortense. "Well, if you can't stay overnight," Mrs. Phillips proceeded, "at least stay a few hours for the moonlight. The moon will be almost full tonight, and the walk across the marshes to the trolley line ought to be beautiful. Or Peter could run you across in 8 or 10 minutes." She did not urge Randolph to remain in the absence of Cope, though Randolph's appearance at his office at 10 in the morning would have surprised no one, and have embarrassed no one. Tea was served before the big fireplace, in which a small flame to heat the kettle was rising. Randolph set his empty cup on the shelf above. "Notice," said Mrs. Phillips to him, "that poem of Carolyn's just behind your cup. Summer Day in Duneland. It was a bit of verse in a narrow black frame, and the mat was embellished with pen and ink drawings of the dunes, to the effect of an etching. An etcher, in fact, a man famous in his field, had made them, Mrs. Phillips explained. "And at the other end of the shelf," she advised him, "is a poem in free verse done by a real journalist who was here in June. See? 'Hommage to Dunecrest,' written with a blue pencil on a bit of driftwood." "Sorry we can't leave any souvenir behind," said Cope, who had stolen up and was looking at the poem over Randolph's shoulder. "But one must first be clever, and one must second know how to put his cleverness on record." "I shall remember your record," she returned with emphasis. Cope smiled deprecatingly, but he felt sure that he had sung well. The moonlight, when it came, was all that Medora Phillips had promised. There was another stroll on the beach, with Cope between Medora and Carolyn. Then he and Randolph took the causeway across the marsh, stopped the trolley by burning a newspaper on the track, and started on the long trip home. As the car ran along jerkily from station to station, the earlier void of Duneland became peopled indeed. The extraordinarily mild day had drawn out hundreds, had given the moribund summer excursion season a new lease of life. Every stoppage brought so many more young men in soiled khaki, with shapeless packs on their backs, and so many more wan maidens, no longer young, who were trying, in little bands, to capture from nature the joys thus far denied by domestic life. And at one station a belated squad of the lovers of landscape, some 40 or 50 in all, came flooding in with the day's spoils, masses of asters and goldenrod, with the roots as often as not, festoons of bittersweet and sheaves of sumac and golden glow, and one ardent spirit staggered in under the weight of an immense brown paper bag stuffed with prickly pears. As the tight-packed company slid along, children drowsed or whimpered, short-tempered young men quarreled with the conductor, elderly folk sat in squeezed, plaintive resignation. Soon the lights of foundry fires began to show on the sky. Then people started dropping off in the streets of towns, enlivened by the glitter of many saloons and an occasional loud glare from the front of a moving picture theater. Through these many miles Randolph and Cope sat silent. There seemed to be a tacit agreement that they need no longer exert themselves to entertain each other. Cope reached home shortly before midnight. By next morning many of the doings of the previous day had quite passed from his mind. Yet a few firm impressions remained. He had had a good swim, if but a brief one, with a companion who had been willing, even if not bold. He had imposed an acceptable nomenclature upon a somewhat anonymous landscape, and, in circumstances slightly absurd, or at least unfavorable, he had done his voice and his method high credit in song. All else went for next to nothing. End of Chapter 11. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 12 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 12. Cope Amidst Cross Purposes. Next morning's mail brought Cope a letter from Arthur Lemoyne. The letter was short, at least when compared with Cope's own plentiful pennings, but it gave our young instructor a few points to think about while he was illuminating Clarissa Harlowe and making some careful comments on Joseph Andrews. Released toward noon, he read the letter over again, and he ran over it again during lunch. Lemoyne possessed a variety of gifts, but the gift of letter writing, in an extended form, was not among them. He said all he had to say in 4 moderate pages. "Yours received," he wrote, Am glad the year has opened up so interestingly for you. Of course, I want to come down as soon as I can, if I can, and be with you." Well, the "if," as the latter part of the letter indicated, was not likely to prove insurmountable. The assurance that he wanted to come was grateful, though superfluous. Who had supposed for a moment that he didn't? Still, the thing, put down in plain black and white, had its look of comfort. "Of course the business is not gaining much through my connection with it. I expect father begins to see that, pretty plainly. As for the cathedral choir and the dramatic club and all the rest, I'm willing to throw them over, expecting that larger interests can be opened to me by you." Cope paused on these points. He had suggested that Lemoyne enroll as a student in some slight course or other, with the hope that his voice might lead to his wearing cap and gown at chapel services, and that his dramatic experience might give him some role in the annual operetta. In either of these quarters a good tenor voice was usually to seek, and as for the business, well, he had once overheard the elder Lemoyne's partner audibly wonder whether Arthur would ever learn how to ship a keg of nails out of their back door, even. Cope pushed away his coffee cup and asked the young Greek for a cut of pie. "I sort of sounded father the other day, but he was pretty huffy. I'll try again soon, but I doubt if I can manage to come down until after the holidays. You begin a new term, then, I suppose?" "The fact is, I took a week off in the middle of September, and father hasn't forgiven it. One of our fellows in the choir had just bought a little roadster, and he invited me for a trip to Green Bay and beyond. We dipped along through Fish Creek, Ephraim, and so on. Good weather, good roads, good scenery, good hotels, and a pleasant time was had by all, or rather by both." Cope dwelt darkly on this passage. Arthur was flighty. Arthur was volatile. Arthur was even fickle, when the mood took him. Some arrangement that partook more of the hard and fast was needed, but there was comfort, of a kind, in the next passage. "Though father at best will do very little, and though I have just now little enough of my own, there may be somebody or other among your faculty or trustees who could find me a niche in the college library or in the registrar's office. Or have all such posts been snapped up by Johnnies on the spot? A small weekly stipend would rather help our menage. Hein?" This definite inquiry, which carried its own answer, seemed to drive one or two brass tacks with some definiteness. Cope himself was eking out his small salary with a small allowance from home. Next year, with the thesis accomplished, better pay in some better place. A present partner and pal ought to be a prop rather than a drag. However welcome his company, he must bear his share. "Look about a bit for quarters," Lemoyne went on, drawing toward his conclusion. "I presume room rent is little more for two than for one. Possibly," he put down in an afterthought, "I might get a job in the city." And then, "With warm regards," he came to a close as "Art." Cope finished his lunch and walked out. If Arthur could do one thing better than another, it was to make coffee. His product was assuredly better than the Greek's. The two had camped out more than once on the shores of Lake Winnebago, and Arthur had deftly managed the commissariat. They had had good times together, and had needed no other company. How had it been on Green Bay, at Eagle Cliff and Apron Bluff, and all the other places lately celebrated in lithographed folders and lately popularized by motorists? And who was the particular fellow who ran the roadster? Late that afternoon Cope chanced upon Randolph among the fantastic basins and floral parterres of the court in front of the Botany Building. Randolph had had a small matter for one of the deans. Together they sauntered over to the lake. From the edge of the bluff they walked out upon the concrete terrace above the general boiler room and its dynamos. Alongside this, the vast tonnage of coal required for the coming winter was beginning to pile up. The weather was still mild and sunny, and the lake was as valiantly blue as ever. "It doesn't look like the same body of water, does it?" said Cope. "It might be just as beautiful in its own way here as we found it yesterday out there," returned Randolph. "I've asked my brother-in-law I don't know how many times why they can't do better by this unfortunate campus, and bring it all up to a reasonable level of seemliness. But you have a relative among the Yes, my sister's husband is one of the university trustees, but he lives miles from this spot and hardly ever sees it. Besides, his aesthetic endowments are not beyond those of the average university trustee. Sometimes they're as hard on beauty as they are on free speech." "I see. They're hard on beauty, and I may live to find free speech mauled too." "Well, you're not in sociology or economics. Still, don't trifle with a long-established aesthetic idol, either. Trustees and department heads are conservative." "Oh, you mean about your immortal William. He wrote them. Don't try to rob him. Don't try to knock him off his pedestal." "Oh, you're thinking about my thesis. What I said about Warwickshire was just a little flight of fancy, I guess. A bit of doorstep travel. I'm likely enough to stay where I am." "Well, how about the thesis, really?" "I think I shall end by digging something out of Here and Now. Our Middle West School of Fiction. What would you think of that?" If you can make it seem worth while." "Well, can't I?" "Your work, from the very nature of it, must be critical. Now, the critic, 9 times out of 10, takes down a volume from its established shelf, dusts it off, ruffles the leaves a bit, and then puts it back where it was. The ruffling is sometimes very nice and interesting, and often gives the ruffler a good position in the glorious company of earlier rufflers. I shouldn't be satisfied with anything like that. Things have got to move. I want to take some recent, less-known men and put them on the shelves." "Yet you don't want to waste work on material which time may show as of transient value or of none." "A fellow must chance it. Who gives quickly gives twice. I suppose that applies to praise as well as to money. It irks me to find more praise bestowed on the praised enough, even on groups of secondary importance, sometimes just because they are remote in England, perhaps and so can be treated with an easy objectivity. To dig in your own day and your own community is harder, but I should feel it more rewarding." "But aren't the English books really better? Haven't they more depth, substance and background?" "Possibly. According to the conventions they themselves have established, and according to the society they depict." "Well, Academe hasn't nailed you yet." "No, and I hope it won't. I should like to write a whole book about our new men." "But don't write a thesis and then expect to publish it with profit as a book. That's a common enough expectation or temptation." They turned away from the lake terrace and the imposing coal pile. Cope, Randolph saw, was in quite a glow. A generous interest had touched him, putting fresh light into his eyes and a new vigor into his step. He had displayed a charming enthusiasm, and a pure, disinterested one. Randolph, under a quiet exterior, was delighted. He liked the boy better than ever, and felt more than ever prompted to attach him to himself. "How are you pleased with your present quarters?" he asked, as they returned through the Botany Court. He thought of the narrow couch, the ink-spotted cover on the deal table, the few coats and shoes they couldn't be many behind that calico curtain. "None too well," replied Cope. "I shall soon begin to look for another room. I rather expect to change about holiday time." "I am thinking of making a change, too," declared Randolph. "Why?" "Could you better yourself?" asked Cope, in a tone of surprise. "I never knew a bachelor to be better fixed." "I need a little wider margin of room. I can afford it, and ought to have had it long ago. And I learn that the lease of the people I'm with expires in the spring. My collection is growing, and I ought to have another bedroom. Think of not being able to put a man up on occasion! I shall take a small apartment on my own account, catch some Oriental who is studying frogs' legs or Occidental theology, and then open house. In a moderate measure, of course." "That listens good, as the young fellows say," replied Cope. "A not uncommon ideal, possibly; but I'm glad that some man, now and then, is able to realize it." "I should hope to see you there," said Randolph intently. "Thank you. Indeed, yes, while my time lasts. But my own lease is like your landlord's short. Next year, who knows where?" "Why not here?" "Oh!" Cope shrugged, as if conscious of the need of something better, and of presently deserving it. "Some big university in the East?" wondered Randolph to himself. Well, the transfer, if it came, was still a long way ahead. As he walked home to dinner, he entertained himself by imagining his new regime. There would be an alert, intelligent Jap who, in some miraculous way, could "do" for him between his studies. There would be a cozy dining room, where 3 or 4 fellows could have a snug little dinner, with plenty of good talk during it and after it. There would be, finally, a convenient little spare room, wherein a young knight escaped from some belle dame sans merci might lean his sword against the wardrobe, prop his greaves along the baseboard, lay his steel gauntlets neatly on the top of the dresser, fold his hands over the turned-down sheet of a neat 3/4 width brass bedstead, and with a satisfied sigh of utter well being pass away into sleep. Such facilities, even if they scarcely equaled a chateau on the ridge or a villa among the dunes, might serve. Cope, on his own way to dinner, indulged in parallel imaginings. He saw a larger room than his present, with more furniture and better; a bookcase instead of a shelf; a closet and hot and cold water in some convenient alcove; a second table with a percolator on it, at which Arthur, who was a light sleeper and willingly an early riser, might indulge his knack for coffee making to the advantage of them both; and Arthur had the same blessed facility with toast. Then his thoughts made an excursion toward Randolph. Here was a man who was in business in the city, and who was related, by marriage, to the board of trustees. How soon might one feel sufficiently well acquainted with him to ask his friendly offices in behalf of the newcomer, the man who might reasonably be expected the first week of January? End of Chapter 12. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 13 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year, by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 13. Cope Dines Again, and Stays After. Medora Phillips' social activities ran through several social strata, and her entertainments varied to correspond. Sometimes she contented herself with mere boy and girl affairs, which were thrown together from material gathered within her own household and from the humbler walks of undergraduate life. Sometimes she entertained literary celebrities and invited the head professors and their wives to meet them. And 2 or 3 times a season she gave real dinners to society, summoning to Ashburn Avenue from homes even more architectural than her own. the banking and wholesale families whose incomes were derived from the city, but who pillared both the university and the many houses of worship in Churchton itself. And sometimes, when she passed over the older generation of these families in favor of the younger, her courses were more liberal than Churchton's earlier standards quite approved. On such formal occasions, her three young ladies were dispensed with. They were encouraged to go to some sorority gathering or to some fudge party. On the occasion now meditated, she had another young person in mind. This was the granddaughter of one of the banking families. The girl might come along with her father and mother. She was not very pretty, not very entertaining. However, Mrs. Phillips needed one girl, and if she were not very attractive, none the worse. The one girl was for the one young man. The one young man was to be Bertram Cope. Our fond lady meant to have him, and to show him off, sure that her choicest circle could not but find him as charming as she herself did. Most of us, at one time or another, have thrust forward our preferences in the same confident way. Cope made less of an impression than his patroness had hoped for. Somehow his lithe youthfulness, his fine hair and teeth and eyes, the rich resonance of his voice counted for little, except, perhaps, with the granddaughter. The middle-aged people about him were used to young college men, and indifferent to them. Cope himself felt that he was in a new environment, and a loftier one. Several of these were important people, with names familiar through the town and beyond. He employed a caution that almost became inexpressiveness. He also found Mrs. Phillips a shade more formal and stately than her wont. She herself, in her furtive survey of the board, was disappointed to find that he was not telling. "Perhaps it's that girl," she thought. "She may be even duller than I supposed." But never mind, all would be made right later. Some music had been arranged, and there would be an accompanist who would help him do himself full justice. "They'll enjoy him," she thought confidently. She had provided an immensity of flowers. There was an excess of light, both from electric bulbs and from candles, and there was wine. "I think I can have just one kind, for once," she had said to herself. "I know several houses where they have two, Churchton or not, and at least one where they sometimes have three. If this simple town thinks I can put grape juice and Apollinaris before such people as these..." Besides, the interesting Cope might interestingly refuse. As the many courses moved on, Cope smelt the flowers, which were too many, and some of them too odoriferous. He blinked at the lights and breathed the heavy thickening air, and he took, interestingly, a few sips of Burgundy. For he was now in Rome, and no longer a successful Protestant in some lesser town of the Empire. He had had a hard, close day of it, busy indoors with themes and with general reading, and he recalled being glad that the dinner had begun with reasonable promptitude, for he had bothered with no lunch beyond a glass of milk and a roll. Tonight there had been everything, even to an unnecessary entree. He laid down a spoon on his plate, glad that the frozen pudding, of whatever sort, was disposed of. Too much of everything after too little. The people opposite were far away. Their murmuring had become a mumbling, and he wished it was all over. The granddaughter at his elbow was less rewarding than ever, less justificatory of the effortful small talk which he had put forth with more and more labor, and which he could scarcely put forth now at all. What was it he was meaning to do later? To sing? Absurd! Impossible! His head ached. He felt faint and dizzy. "We will leave you, gentlemen, to your cigars," he heard a distant voice saying, and he was conscious, for an instant, that his hostess was looking down the table at him with a face of startled concern. "Don't try to lead him out," a deep voice said. "Lay him on the floor." He felt himself lowered. Some small rug was doubled and redoubled and placed under his head. A large, firm hand was laid to his wrist, and something a napkin dipped in a glass of water and then folded was put to his forehead. "His pulse will come up in a minute," he heard the same deep voice say. "If he had taken a step he would have fainted altogether." "My poor dear boy, whatever in the world?" Thus Medora Phillips. "Better not be moved for a little," was the next pronouncement. Cope lay there inert, but reasonably conscious of what was going on. His eyes gave him no aid, but his ears were open. He heard the alarmed voice of Medora Phillips directing the disconcerted maids, and the rustle and flutter of the garments of other daughters of Eve, who had found him interesting at last. They remarked appreciatively on his pallor, and one of them said, next day, before forgetting him altogether, that, with his handsome profile she mentioned especially his nose and chin and with his colorlessness, he looked for a moment like an ancient cameo. He knew now that he was not going to faint, and that he was in better case than he seemed. In the circumstances he found nothing more original to say than, "I shall be all right in no time. Just a touch of dizziness." He was glad his dress coat could stand inspection, and hoped nobody would notice that his shoes had been half soled. After a little while he was led away to a couch in the library. The deep-voiced doctor was on one side of him, and Medora Phillips on the other. Soon he was left alone to recuperate in the dark. Alone, save for one or two brief, fluttery appearances by Mrs. Phillips herself, who allowed the coffee to be passed without any supervision on her own part. On the second of these visitations he found voice to say, "I'm so sorry for this, and so ashamed. I can't think how it could have happened." He was ashamed, of course. He had broken up an entertainment pretty completely. Servants running about for him when they had enough to do for the company at large, all the smooth conventions of dinner-giving violently brushed the wrong way. He had fallen by the roadside, a young fellow who had rather prided himself on his health and vigor. Pitiful! He was glad to lie in the dark with his eyes shut tight. Tight. If he had been 15 or 20 years older, he might have taken it all rather more lightly. Basil Randolph now... But Randolph had not been invited, though his sister and her husband were of the company. Yet had it been Randolph, he would have smiled a wan smile and tried for a mild joke, conscious that he had made an original and picturesque contribution to the affair, had broken the bland banality of routine dinner-giving, and had provided woman with a mighty fine chance to minister and fuss, a thing she rather enjoyed doing, especially if a hapless, helpless man had been delivered into her hands as a subject. But there was no such consolation for poor abashed Cope. He had disclosed himself, for some reason or other, a weakling, and he had weakened at a conspicuously wrong time and in a conspicuously mistaken place. He had hoped, over the cigars and coffee, to lay the foundation of an acquaintance with the brother-in-law who was a trustee, to set up an identity in this influential person's mind as a possible help to the future of Arthur Lemoyne. But the man now in the dining-room, or the drawing-room, or whatever, might as well be in the next state. There came a slight patter of rain on the bay window near his head. He began to wonder how he was to get home. Meanwhile, in the drawing-room, among the ladies, Mrs. Phillips was anxiously asking, was the room too warm? Could the wine have been too much for him? And out in the dining-room itself, one man said, "Heaven knows just how they live," and another, "or what they eat or don't eat," and a third, "or just how hard these young beginners are driven." "Ought he to go out tonight, doctor?" asked Mrs. Phillips in a whisper, appearing in the dining room door. "He might better stay if he can," replied the authority, who happened to be at the nearer end of the table. "Of course he can," she returned. Of course there was a room for him. When the party finally reassembled in the drawing room, Cope had disappeared. Mrs. Phillips could now enlarge on his attractiveness as a singer, and could safely assure them, what she herself believed, that they had lost a really charming experience. "If you could only have heard him that Sunday," she concluded. Cope had said, of course, "I can get home perfectly well," and "It's a shame for me to be putting you out this way," and so on and on. The things you yourself would have said in the circumstances. But he said them with no particular spirit, and was glad, as he walked uncertainly upstairs, that he had not far to go. Mrs. Phillips, indeed, had a room for him. She had rooms aplenty. There was the chintz chamber on the third floor, where the Irish poet, who seemed not to expect very much for himself, had been put; and there was the larger, handsomer chamber on the second floor, where the Hindoo philosopher, who had loomed up big and important through a vague Oriental atmosphere, had been installed in state. It was a Louis Quinze room, and the bed had a kind of silken canopy and a great deal too much in the way of bolsters and lace coverings. It was thought that the Hindoo, judging from the report of the maid next morning, had been moved by some ascetic impulse to sleep not in the bed but on the floor beside it. This was the room now destined for Cope. Surely one flight of stairs was enough. But there must be no further practice of asceticism, least of all by a man who was really ill. So Mrs. Phillips, snatching a moment from her guests, herself saw the maid remove the lace pillow shams and coverlet, and turn down the sheets, and set the thermos bottle on the stand beside the reading lamp. "Don't get up a moment earlier than you feel like doing," she said at the door. "Breakfast " "Tomorrow is one of my busy days," replied Cope wanly. "Goldsmith, Sheridan " "Well, we have other wage workers in the house, you know. At 7:30, then, if you must." "7:30, if you please, thank you." By the time Mrs. Phillips had returned to her guests, the first of the limousines was standing before the house. Its wet top shone under an electric globe. Her own car, meanwhile, obdurately reposed in its garage. Presently a second limousine joined the first, and a third the second; and in another quarter of an hour her guests were well on their way to dispersal. She bade them all good night in the best of good humor. "You've never before had quite such an evening as this, I'm sure," she said, with great gaiety. "Isn't it wonderful how she took it all?" said one lady to another, on the back seat of her car. "Anything like that would have thrown me off completely." The other lady laughed amusedly. She often found our Medora great fun. Meanwhile, Cope, upstairs, was sinking deeper and deeper into his big, wide, over upholstered bed. And as his body sank, his spirit sank with it. He felt poor, unimportant, ill at ease. In especial, he felt greatly subordinated. He wished that he might have capitulated to a man. Then the mystery of handsome houses and of handsome furnishings came to harass him. Such things were everywhere. How were they got? How were they kept? Should he himself ever But no. Nothing ahead for years, even in the most favorable of circumstances, save an assistant professorship, with its inconceivably modest emoluments. And Medora Phillips, in the stir of getting her guests out of the house, had her first vision of him as sinking off to sleep. Somehow or other his fine, straight yellow hair retained its backward sweep with no impairment by reason of turnings and tossings. His clear profile continued to keep itself disengaged from any depression in the pillows. His slender hands were laid in quiet symmetry over the wide edge of the down-turned coverlet. A decorous, unperturbed young old master. Van Eyck, Carpaccio. Cope came down to breakfast a little pale, a little shamefaced, but he felt pretty well revived, and he made up in excess of speech and action what he essentially lacked in spirit. Mrs. Phillips descended as early as the three girls, earlier, in fact, than Hortense, who entered informally through the butler's pantry, and apparently in full possession of last night's facts. Carolyn inquired civilly after his condition. Amy Leffingwell, with her blue eyes intent upon him, expressed concern and sympathy. Hortense, with her lips closely shut in a satirical smile, said nothing at all, a possible exhibition of self-control which gave her aunt some measure of solicitude. It was not always well when she talked, and it was not always well when she kept silent. Mrs. Phillips pressed the toast upon him and recommended the grapefruit. He took both with satisfaction, and a second cup of coffee. With that, he felt he could easily walk to his classroom, and the walk itself, in the fresh morning air, would brace him further for his hours of routine with his students. "What a regular nuisance I've made of myself," he said, on leaving the house. "Oh, haven't you just!" exclaimed Mrs. Phillips joyously. "Your name as an entertainer will be all over town. I'm sure you gave some of those poky people a real touch of novelty." Amy Leffingwell was in the front hall at the same time, with her music roll. They were going the same way, to substantially the same place, to meet about the same hour in the day's schedule. They went along the street together. The morning air was brisk and cool after last night's shower. Like the trees under which they passed, it gave the first decided intimation of autumn. They set off at a lively pace toward the college towers and the lake. Cope was soon sailing along with his head high, his trim, square shoulders much in action, and his feet throwing themselves spiritedly here and there. Amy, who was not very tall, kept up as well as she could. "This isn't too fast for you?" she asked presently. "No, but it may be a little too fast for you. Excuse me, I've never learned to keep pace with a woman. But as for myself, I never felt better in my life. Every yard toward the good old lake." The wind was coming down from the north in a great sweep. "Makes me feel finer." He slowed up appreciably. "Oh, not for me," she said in deprecation. "I like a brisk morning walk as well as anybody. Did you sing at all?" she asked. "Not a note. They put the soft pedal on me. They muted me," he amended, in deference to her own branch of the profession. "We came in by the side door about 9:30. It was a dull meeting. I listened for you. Somebody was playing." Cope gave a sly smile. "It must have been the poor, disappointed woman who was to have accompanied me. She had had a list of 3 or 4 of my things, to run them over in her own album, I suppose. Think just how disappointed she must have been to find that she had the whole field to herself." "Oh, musicians, even we poor, despised professionals, are not all like that. If it had been arranged for me to accompany you with an obbligato, I shouldn't have been pleased if opportunity had failed me. Your contribution would have been more important than hers, and your substitution for my failure would have given added interest." The talk, having reached the zone of arid compliment, tended to languish. They had now reached learning's side of the trolley tracks, and rills, in the great morning flood of the scholastic life, were beginning to gather about them and to unite in a rolling stream which flowed toward the campus. 2 or 3 streets on, the pair separated, she to her work, he to his. For him, the walk had been a nothing in particular. He would a little have preferred taking it alone. For her it had been, despite the low level of expressiveness reached on either side, a privilege which had been curtailed much too soon. Meanwhile, back in the house, Hortense was detailing the events of the previous evening to Joe Foster. The general access of activity on the morning after had made it desirable that she help with his breakfast. She went at it with a will. "Why," she said as Foster sat at his coffee, boiled egg and toast, "he keeled over like a baby." Said Foster darkly. It was as if a shaping ideal had dissipated, or as if a trace of weakness in one seemingly so young and strong was not altogether unacceptable as a source of consolation. However, Cope, at 4:30 that afternoon, was on the faculty tennis courts, with a racket in his hand. But one set was enough. "I seem to be a day ahead of my schedule," he said, pulling out and strolling along homeward. End of Chapter 13. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 14 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 14. Cope Makes an Evasion. 2 or 3 days later, Randolph put a book of essays in his pocket and went round to spend an hour with Joseph Foster. Foster sat at his wheeled chair in his own room. He was knitting. The past year or two had brought knitting needles into countenance for men, and he saw no reason why he should not put a few hanks of yarn into shape useful for himself. He might not have full command of his limbs, nor of his eyes, but he did have full command of his fingers. He had begun to knit socks for his own use, and even a muffler, in the hope that on some occasion, during the coming months, he might get outside. As Randolph entered, Foster looked up from under his green shade with an expression of perplexity. "Have I dropped a stitch here or not?" he asked. "I wish you knew something about knitting. I don't like to call Medora or one of the girls away up here to straighten me out. Look, what do you think?" "They count all right," said Randolph, and he sat down on the couch opposite. "I've brought a book." "I hope it's poetry," said Foster, with a fierce promptness. "I hope it's about Adonis or Thamus, whose mishap in Lebanon set all the Syrian females a-going. I could stand a lot more of that. Or perhaps I couldn't." "Why, Joe, what's gone wrong?" "I suppose you know that your young friend got up a great to-do for us the other evening?" "Yes, I've heard something about it." He looked at Foster's drawn face and heard with surprise the rasping note in his voice. "Was it as bad as that?" Foster drew his shade down farther over his eyes and clashed his needles together. "I remember how, when I was in Florence, we went out to a religious festival one evening at some small hill town near by. This was 20 years ago, when I could travel. There was a kind of grotto in the church, under the high altar. And in the grotto was a full-sized figure of a dead man, carved and painted, and covered with wounds. And round that figure half the women and girls of the town were collected, stroking, kissing Adonis all over again." "Oh, come, Joe, don't get morbid." Foster lifted one shoulder. "Well, the young fellow began by roaring through the house like a bull of Bashan, and he ended by toppling over like a little wobbly calf." He spoke like a man who had imagined a full measure of physical powers and had envied them, had been exasperated by the exuberant presentation of them, had felt a series of contradictory emotions when they had seemed to fail. "It was only a moment of dizziness," said Randolph. "I imagine he was fairly himself next day." "Well, I've heard too much about it." Medora came up here and need we go into that? There were plenty more to help, Foster went on doggedly. One dear creature, who was old enough to be more cautious, spilt water down the whole front of her dress. "I expect," said Randolph, "that the poor chap has been overworked, or careless about his meals, or worried in his classes, for he may not be fully settled in his new place, or some emotional strain may have set itself up." "I vote for the emotional strain," said Foster bluntly. "A guess in the dark," commented Randolph, and paused. He himself knew little enough of Cope as a complex. He had met him but a few times, and could not associate him with his unknown background. He knew next to nothing of Cope's family, his connections, his intimates, his early associations and experiences. Nor had he greatly bestirred himself to learn. He had done little more than go to a library in the city and turn over the leaves of the Freeford Directory. This publication, like most of those dealing with the smaller cities, gave separately the names of all the members of a family, and repetitions of the same address helped toward the arrangement of these individuals, disposed alphabetically, into family groups. Freeford had no great number of Copes, and several of them lived at 1636 Cedar Street. Elm, pine, locust, cedar, had thought Randolph, the regular set. And one of the good streets, he surmised, but rather far out. Cedar, he repeated, and thought of Lebanon and the Miltonic Adonis. Of these various Copes, Cope David L., bookkeeper, might be the father, unless Cope Leverett C., manager, were the right man. If the former, he was employed by the Martin and Graves Furniture Company, and the Martins were probably important people who lived far out, and handsomely, one might guess, on a Prospect Avenue. Then there was Cope, Miss Rosalys M., schoolteacher, same address as David. She was likely his daughter. Randolph had thought. These pickings are scanty. Enough anatomical reconstruction for today. And now he was thinking, as he sat opposite Foster, if I had only picked up another bone or two, I might really have put together the domestic organism. Yet why should I trouble? It would all be plain, humdrum prose, no doubt. Glamour doesn't spread indefinitely. And then, men's brothers. "Well," asked Foster sharply, "are you mooning? Medora sat in the same place yesterday, and she talked for a while, too, and then fell into a moonstruck silence. What's it all about?" Randolph came out of his reverie. "Oh, I was just hoping the poor boy was back on his pens all right again." Then he dropped back into thought. He was devising an outing designed to restore Cope to condition. If Cope could arrange for a free Saturday, they might contrive a week end from Friday afternoon to Monday morning. It was too late for the North, and too late for the opposite Michigan shore. But there was downstate itself, where the days grew warmer and the autumn younger the farther south one went. There was a trip down a certain historic river, historic as our rivers went, and admirably scenic always. He recalled an exceptional hotel on one of its best reaches, one overrun in midsummer, but doubtless quiet at this season. It stood in the midst of some striking cliffs and gorges, and possibly one of the little river steamers was in commission, or could be induced to run. Foster dropped his muffler pettishly. "Read, if you won't talk." "I can talk, all right," returned Randolph. "In fact, I have a bit of news for you." "What is it?" "I'm going to move." Foster peered out from under his shade. "Move? What for? I thought you were all right where you are." "All right enough, except that I want more room, and a house of my own." "Have you found one?" I've about decided on an apartment, and I expect to move into it early next month." "Top floor, of course?" "No, first floor. Not 6 feet above the street level." "Good. If they'll lend me a hand here to get down and out, I'll come and see you, now and then." "Do so. That will give me a chance to wear this muffler, after all." "So it will." "Well, be a little more cordial. You expect to see your friends, don't you?" "Of course. That's what it's for. Have I got to exert myself," he added, "to be cordial with you?" "What's the neighborhood?" "Oh, this one, substantially. The next street from where I am now." "Housekeeper?" "I think I'll have a Jap, alone, at first." "Dinners?" "A few small tryouts, perhaps." "Mixed parties?" "Not at the beginning, anyhow." "Oh, bachelor's hall." "About that." Foster readjusted his shade and drove his needles into his ball of yarn. "Complete new outfit?" "Well, I have some things in storage." "How about the people you're with now?" "Their lease is up in the spring. They may go on, they may not. Fall's the time to change." Foster drew out his needles again and fell to work. "You ought to have seen Hortense the next morning. She put my tray on the table and then went down in a heap on the floor. Or it sounded like that. She was fainting away at dinner, she said." "She found it amusing?" "I don't know how she found it," returned Foster shortly. "If ever I do anything like that in your house, run me home." "Not if it's raining. I shall be able to tuck you away somewhere." "Don't. I never asked to be a center of interest." "Well," returned Randolph merely, and fell silent. Foster resumed work with some excess of vigor, and presently got into a snarl. "Damn it!" he exclaimed. "Have I dropped another?" Randolph leaned over to examine the work. "Something's wrong." "Well, let it go. Enough for now. Read." There followed a half hour of historical essay, during which Foster, a few times, surreptitiously fingered his needles and yarn. "Shall you have a reading circle at your new diggings?" he asked, after a while. "If two can be said to make a circle, and if you will really come." "I'm coming. But I never understood that only 2 points could establish a circle. 3, anyway." "Circle!" exclaimed Randolph. "Don't worry the word to death." He went away presently, and as he walked his thoughts returned to Indian Rock. The excursion seemed a valid undertaking at an advantageous time, and he could easily spare a couple of days from the formation of his new establishment. He called on Cope that evening. Cope felt sure he could clear things for Saturday, and expressed pleasure at the general prospect. He happened to be riding to Lemoyne that evening, and passed along his pleasure at the prospect to his friend. A few jaunts, outings or interludes of that kind, together with his week at his home in Freeford over Christmas, would agreeably help fill in the time before Arthur's own arrival in January. Randolph received Cope's response with gratification. It was pleasant to feel oneself acceptable to a younger man. In the intervals between his early looking at rugs and napery he collected timetables and folders, made inquiries, and had some correspondence with the manager of the admirable hotel. He had a fondness for well kept hostelries just before or just after the active season. It was a pleasure to breakfast or dine in some far corner of a large and almost empty dining room. It would be a pleasure to stroll through those gorges which would be reasonably certain to be free from litter, and to perch on the crags which would be reasonably certain to be free from picnic parties. It would be agreeable also to sleep in a chamber far from town noises and grimes, with few honks from late excursionists, and but little early morning clatter from a diminished staff. And the river boats were still running on Sunday. "It will brace him for the rest of his fall term," thought Randolph, "and me for my confounded shopping, and during some one of our boat rides or rambles I shall tell him of my plans for the winter." The departure, it was agreed upon, should take place late on Friday afternoon. On Friday at 11:30, Randolph, at his office in the city, received a long-distance call from Churchton. Cope announced, with a breathless particularity not altogether disassociated from self-conscious gaucherie, that he should be unable to go. Some unexpected work had been suddenly thrown upon him. He rather thought that one or two of his family might be coming to town for over Sunday. The telephone, as a conveyor of unwelcome message, strikes a medium between the letter by mail and the face-to-face interview. If it does not quite give chance for the studied guardedness and calculated plausibility of the one, it at least obviates some of the risk involved in personal presence and in the introduction of contradictory evidence often contributed by manner and by facial expression. And a long-distance interview must be brief. At least there can be no surprise, no indignation, if it is made so. "Very well," said Randolph, in reply to Cope's hurried and indistinct words. "I'm sorry," he added, and the brief talk was over. "You are feeling all right, I hope?" he would have added, as the result of an afterthought, but the connection was broken. Randolph left the instrument. He felt dashed, a good deal disappointed, and a little hurt. He took 2 or 3 folders from a pigeonhole and dropped them into a waste-basket. Well, the boy doubtless had his reasons, but a single good one, frankly put forth, would have been better than duplicate or multiple reasons. He hoped that, on Sunday, a cold drizzle rather than a flood of sunlight might fall upon the autumn foliage of Indian Rock, and he would turn tomorrow to good account by looking, for an hour or two, at China. Sunday afternoon was gorgeously bright and autumnal in Churchton, whatever it may have been along the middle reaches of the Illinois River, and at about 4 o'clock Randolph found himself in front of Medora Phillips' house. Medora and her young ladies were out strolling, as was inevitable on such a day. But in her library he found Foster lying on a couch, the same piece of furniture which, at a critical juncture, had comforted Cope. "Peter brought me down," said the cripple. "I thought I'd rather look at the backs of books than at the fronts of all those tedious pictures. Besides, I'm beginning to practice for my call at your new quarters." Then, with a sudden afterthought, "Why, I understood you were going somewhere out of town. What prevented?" "Well, I changed my plans. I needed a little more time for my house furnishing. I was looking yesterday at some tableware for your use. Am wondering, in fact, if Mrs. Phillips couldn't arrange to give me the benefit of her taste tomorrow or Tuesday." "She likes to shop," replied Foster, "and taste is her strong suit. I'll speak to her. She's gone off to some meeting or other. Isn't this just the afternoon to be spending indoors?" he commented brusquely. "What a day it would be for the country!" he added, sending his ineffectual glance in the direction of Randolph's face. "We Churchtonians must take what we can get," Randolph replied, with an attempt at indifference. "Our rus in urbs isn't everything, but there are times when it must be made to serve." Foster said nothing. Silent conjecture, seemingly, was offered him as his part. End of Chapter 14. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 15 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 15. Cope entertains several ladies. Cope's excuse, involving the expected visit of a relative, may not have been altogether sincere. But it received, within a week or so, the substantial backing of actuality. A relative came. She was an aunt, his father's sister, and she came at the suggestion of a concerned landlady. This person, made anxious by a languid young man who had begged off from his classes and who was likely to need more attention than her scanty margin of leisure could grant, had even suggested a hospital, while yet it was easy for him to reach one. Though Cope meant to leave her soon, it did not suit him to leave her quite as soon as this, and so Aunt Harriet came in from Freeford to look the situation over and to lend a hand if need be. She spent 2 nights in a vacant chamber at transient rates, was grudgingly allowed to prepare his slops, as he called them, in the kitchen, and had time to satisfy herself that, after all, nothing very serious was the matter. Randolph did not meet this relative, but he heard about her, and her coming, as a sort of family representative, helped him still further in his picture of the res angusta of a small-town household. A father held closely to office or warehouse, his own or someone else's, a sister confined to her schoolroom, a mother who found the demands of the domestic routine too exacting even to allow a 3-hour trip to town, and a brother Randolph added this figure quite gratuitously out of an active imagination and a determined desire not to put any of the circle to the test of a personal encounter, and a brother who was perhaps off somewhere on the road. The one who met Aunt Harriet was Medora Phillips, and the meeting was brief. Medora had heard from Amy Leffingwell of Cope's absence from his classroom. She herself became concerned. She felt more or less responsible, and possibly a bit conscience-stricken. "Next time," she said, "I shall try to have the ventilation right, and I think that, after this, I shall keep to birch beer." Medora called up Amy at the music school one afternoon at about 4. She assumed that the day's work was over, told Amy she was going around to see Bertram Cope, and asked her to go with her. "You may act as my chaperone," she said, "for who knows where or how I shall find him." As they neared the house, a colored man came out carrying a small trunk to a mud-bespattered surrey. "What, is he going?" said Medora with a start. "Well, anyway, we're in time to say good-bye." Then, "What's the matter, Jasper?" she asked, having now recognized the driver and his conveyance. "Got a lady who's getting away on the 4:43." "Oh," said Medora, with a gasp of reassurance. Cope's aunt said good-bye to him upstairs, and was now putting on her gloves in the lower hall in the company of the landlady. Medora appraised the visitor as a semi-rustic person, one of some substance and standing in her own community. Marriage, perhaps, had provided her with means and leisure. She had been willing to subordinate herself to a university town apprehended as a social organism, and she now seemed inclined to accept with docility any observations made by a confident urbanite with a fair degree of verve. "These young men," said Medora dashingly, "are too careless and proud." "Proud?" asked the other. She felt clearly enough that her nephew had been careless, but pride is not often acknowledged among the members of an ordinary domestic circle. "They're all mind," Medora went on, with no lapse of momentum. She knew she must work in brief, broad effects. The surrey was waiting, and the train would not delay. They sometimes forget that their intellectual efforts must rest, after all, on a good sensible physical basis. They mustn't scorn the body. The departing visitor gave a quick little sigh of relief. The views of this fashionable and forth-putting woman were in accord with her own, after all. "Well, I've told Bert," she said, buttoning her second glove, "that he had better take all his meals in one place and at regular hours. I've told him his health is of just as much account as his students and their studies." She seemed gratified that, on an important point, she had reached unanimity with an influential person who was to remain behind, and she got away without too long delaying the muddy Surrey and the ungroomed Sorrel. Medora Phillips looked after her with a grimace. "Think of calling him Bert!" Cope, when advised, came down in a sort of bathrobe, which he made do duty as a dressing-gown. He took the stairs in a rapid run, produced an emphatic smile for the parlor threshold, and put a good measure of energy into his handshakes. "Mighty good of you to call," he said to Mrs. Phillips. "Mighty good of you to call," he said to Amy Leffingwell. Well, he was on his feet, then. No chance to feel anxiously the brow of a poor boy in bed, or to ask if the window was right or if he wouldn't like a sip of water. Life's little disappointments. To Amy Leffingwell he seemed pale, and she felt him as glad to sit down at once in the third and last chair the little room offered. She noticed, too, an ink stain on his right forefinger, and judged that the daily grind of theme correction was going on in spite of everything. "Did you meet my aunt before she got away?" he asked. "We did," said Medora, "and we are going to add our advice to hers." "That's very nice of you," he rejoined, flattered. "But within a couple of months," he went on, with a lowered voice and an eye on the parlor door, "I shall be living in a different place, and in quite a different way. Until then..." He shrugged. His shrug was meant to include the scanty, unpretending furnishings of the room, and also the rough, casual fare provided by many houses of entertainment out of present sight. "I almost feel like taking you in myself," declared Medora boldly. "That's still nicer of you," he said very promptly and with a reinforcement of his smile. "But I'm on the upgrade, and pretty soon everything will come out as smooth as silk. I shall have 10 days at home for the holidays. Then, after that, the new dispensation." Amy Leffingwell tempered her look of general commiseration with a slight lapse into relief. There was no compelling reason why she should have commiserated. Perhaps it all came from a desire to indulge in an abandonment to gentleness and pity. "Do you know," said Cope with a sort of embarrassed laugh, "I feel as if I were letting myself become the focus of interest. Oughtn't I do something to make the talk less personal?" He glanced about the meager little room. It gave no cue. "I'm sure Amy and I are satisfied with the present subject," returned Medora. But Cope rose and gathered his bathrobe, or dressing-gown, about him. "Wait a moment. I have some photographs I can show you. Several of them came only yesterday. I'll bring them down." As soon as he had disappeared into the hall, Mrs. Phillips gave a slight smile and said quickly, "For heaven's sake, Amy, don't look so concerned and mournful and sympathetic. Anybody might think that, instead of your being my chaperone, I was yours." "He doesn't look at all well," said Amy defensively. "He might look better, but we can't pity a young man too openly. Pity is akin to embarrassment for the pitied." Cope came downstairs the second time at a lesser pace. He carried a sheaf of photographs. Some were large, and were regularly mounted; others were but the informal products of snapshottery. He drew up his chair nearer to theirs and began to spread his pictures over the gray and brown pattern on his lap. "You know, I was teaching last year at Winnebago," he said. "Here are some pictures of the place. Science Hall," he began, passing them. "Those fellows on the front steps must be a graduating class. The Cathedral," he continued. "And I think that, somewhere or other, I have a group picture of the choir. Sisterhood House," he went on, "2 or 3 of them standing out in front. "Sisterhood?" asked Mrs. Phillips, with interest. "What do they do?" Cope paused. "What do they do, indeed? Well, for one thing, they decorate the altar. Easter, harvest, home, and so on." "That isn't much. That doesn't take a house." "Well, I suppose they visit and teach. Sort of neighborhood center. Headquarters. Most of them, I believe, live at home." "Dear me! Is Winnebago large enough to require settlement work?" "Don't drive me so. I suppose they want to tone in with the cathedral as a special institution. Atmosphere, you know. Some tracts of our great land are rather drab and vacant, remember. Color, stir, and distinction, you understand." "Is Winnebago realistic?" "Not very. While I was there a young priest, an offshoot from the cathedral started up a new parish in one of the industrial outskirts. He was quite earnest and eloquent and put up a fine service, but nobody except his own father and mother went to hear him preach." Mrs. Phillips returned to the Sisterhood house. "Are they nice girls?" she asked acutely. "Oh, I guess so. I met 2 or 3 of them. Nice girls, yes. Just trying to be a little different. Here's the boathouse, and some of the fellows in their rowing clothes. Some sailboats, too." "Can you sail?" asked Amy. She had the cathedral choir in one hand, and now took the boat club in the other. She studied both pictures intently, for both were small and crowded. "Why, I have all the theory and some of the practice. Those small inland lakes are tricky, though." "Probably no worse than ours," said Mrs. Phillips. "Do help poor Amy," she went on. "Are you in either of these groups?" "No. Didn't I tell you I was trying to get away from the personal?" "I'm not in any of these pictures." Amy unconsciously let both half drop, as if they held no particular interest, after all; and the hand into which the next photograph was put gave it but lukewarm welcome. Mixed in with these general subjects were several of a more personal nature, groups of 2s and 3s, and a number of single figures. One face and figure, as Mrs. Phillips presently came to notice, occurred again and again, in various attitudes and costumes. It was a young man of Cope's own age, or perhaps 2 or 3 years older. He was of Cope's own height, but slightly heavier, with a possible tendency to plumpness. The best of the photographs made him dark, with black wavy hair, and in some cases, where sunlight did not distort his expression, he indulged a determined sort of smile. He figured once, all by himself, in choir vestments; again, all by himself, in rowing toggery; a third time, still by himself, in a costume whose vague inaccuracy suggested a character in amateur theatricals. "Who is this?" inquired Mrs. Phillips, with the last of these in hand. Cope was prompt but vague. "Oh, that's a chum of mine, up there. He belongs to a dramatic club. They give the school for scandal and caste and, well, more modern things. They have to wear all sorts of togs." "And here he is again? And here? And here?" shuffling still another picture into view. "Yes." "He's fond of costume, isn't he?" "Very versatile," returned Cope, lightly and briefly. "Clothes to correspond." Mrs. Phillips began to peer again at the picture of the choir group. "Isn't he here, too?" "Yes, with the first tenors." "There, you have him. Third from the left, just behind that row of little devils in surplices." "You and he sing together?" "Sometimes, when we are together. Larboard Watch and Suona la Tromba and—" "Oh, heavens!" said Cope. He threw up his head quite spiritedly. There was now more color in his cheeks, more sparkle in his eyes, more vibration in his voice. Amy looked at him with a vanishing pity and a growing admiration. "Let us fellows be of our own day and generation," he added. "Willingly," said Mrs. Phillips. "But my husband was fond of Larboard Watch. I heard him sing in it before we were married. Shall I ever hear you sing together?" she asked. "Possibly. He is coming down here early in January, to look after me." "After you?" Mrs. Phillips reviewed the photographs once more. "I imagine you may sometimes have to look after him." Cope sobered a little. "Sometimes," he acknowledged. "We shall look after each other," he amended. "We are going to live together." "Oh, then he is coming to stay? You've been a long time in reaching the point. And why do you say 'possibly' when I ask about your singing together? Aren't you coming to my house together?" "I withdraw the 'possibly.' Probably. And now withdraw the 'probably.' Make it 'certainly.'" "Certainly." "Certainly, of course." "That's better," murmured her companion. Then Mrs. Phillips must know the newcomer's name, and must have an outline of the proposed plan; and Amy Leffingwell began to look with renewed interest on the counterfeit form and features of the young man who enjoyed Bertram Cope's friendly regard. And so the moments of entertainment, Cope's in turn, went on. "I'm glad he really appears to like somebody," declared Mrs. Phillips, on her way home. "It makes him seem quite human." Inwardly, she was resolving to have both the young men to dine at the earliest possible date. It was not always practicable to invite a single young man as often as you wished. Having two to ask simplified the problem considerably. Cope, flushed and now rather tired, walked up stairs with his photographs, took a perfunctory sip from a medicine glass, looked at the ink stain on his finger, and sat down at his table. 2 or 3 sheets of a letter were lying on it, and he reread a paragraph or so before dipping his pen. "You were rather exacting about that week end excursion. Mr. R. was all right, and a few days of new air and new scenes would have done me a lot of good. Still, I acknowledge your first claim. But remember that I gave up Indian Rock for you, even if you didn't give up Green Bay for me. I hope the fellow who took you hasn't got anything further to propose. If he has, I ask for a tip in turn." Naturally, it wasn't the easiest thing in the world to explain to him, and I haven't seen him since, but I can truly say that a relative did come, and that she was needed, or thought she was. He picked up his pen for a fresh paragraph. "The new photos, added to those I had, have come in quite nicely. They have just helped me entertain a couple of callers. Women have abounded in these parts today. Mrs. Peck, scurrying about more than usual, an aunt from home, getting away with her baggage, more than she needed to bring, and then the two who have just gone. It all makes me feel like wanting to take part in a track meet or a ball game, though, as I am now, I might not last 2 minutes at either. The lady who called was Mrs. Phillips. I thought she might as well know that you were coming. Of course you are already invited, good and plenty, to her house. Look in old music books and see if you can't find Larboard Watch. If it turns out you can get away before the holidays, come down and go out with me to Freeford for Christmas. I have had some rather glum hours, and miss you more than ever. I have been within arm's length of one of the university trustees, who can probably place me now. But I don't know just how much that can be counted upon for, if for anything. Show yourself. That will help. B. End of chapter 15. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 16 of Bertram Cope's Year. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Bertram Cope's Year by Henry Blake Fuller. Chapter 16. Cope Goes A-Sailing. Cope was himself in a few days. He set aside his aunt's counsel in regard to a better regimen, as well as her more specific hints, made in view of the near approach of rough weather, that he provide himself with rubbers and an umbrella, even if he would not hear of a raincoat. "Am I made of money?" he asked. He gave a like treatment to some intimations contributed by Medora Phillips during her call. He met them with the smiling, polite, half-weary patience which a man sometimes employs to inform a woman that he doesn't quite know what she is talking about. He presently in as active circulation, on the campus and elsewhere, as ever. The few who looked after him at all came to view that he possessed more mettle than stamina. He had no special fondness for athletics. He was doing little to keep, still less to increase, a young man's natural endowment of strength and vigor. Occasional tennis on the faculty courts, and not much else. So the vast gymnasium went for little with him, and the wide football field for less, and the great lake close by for nothing. This last, however, counted for little more with any one else. Those who knew the lake best were best content to leave it alone. As a source of pleasure, it had too many perils. Treacherous was the common word. Its treachery was reserved, of course, for the smiling period of summer. Especially did the great monster lie in wait on summer's Sunday afternoons. Then the sun would shine on its vast, placid bosom, and the breeze play gently, tempting the swimmer toward its borders, and the light pleasure craft toward its depths. And then, in mid-afternoon, a sudden disastrous change, a quick gale from the north, with a wide whipping up of whitecaps, and the morrow's newspapers told of bathers drowned in the undertow, of frail canoes dashed to pieces against piers and breakwaters, and of gay, beflagged steam launches swamped by the newly risen sea miles from shore. The toll of fickle, superheated August. But in the late autumn the immense, savage creature was more frankly itself. Rude, blustery, tyrannical, no more a smiling, cruel hypocrite. It warned you, often and openly, if warning you would take. It was on the last Sunday afternoon in October that Cope and Amy Leffingwell were strolling along its edge. They had met casually in front of the chapel after a lecture or a service by an eminent ethical teacher from abroad, a bird of passage who must pipe on this Sunday afternoon if he were to pipe at all. Cope, who had lain abed late, made this address a substitute for the forenoon service he had missed, and Amy Leffingwell had gone out somewhat for the sake, perhaps, of walking by the house where Cope lived. They passed the Science Building with its tower crowned by an ornamental open-work iron pyramid for wireless, and the segregated group of theological dormitories through whose windows earnest ringing young voices were sometimes heard at the practice of sermon delivery, and the men's club where the billiard tables were doubtless decorously covered with their customary Sunday sheets of black oilcloth, and took intuitively the path which led along the edge of the bluff. Beyond them, further bluffs and a few low headlands, here a lighthouse, there a water tower, elsewhere, and not so far, the balconied roof of the life-saving station, where the boats, light and heavy, were manned by muscular students, their vigilance and activity, interspersed with long periods of leisure or of absence, helped them to pay their way. Out toward the horizon, A passenger steamer en route to some port farther north, or a long ore freighter, singularly uneventful, between bow and far distant afterhouse, on its way down from the iron ranges of Superior. The path was narrow, but Cope, unexpectedly to himself, had no complaint to make. Really, the girl did better here, somehow, than lots of other girls would have done on a wide sidewalk. Most of them walked too close to you, or too far from you, altering the interval suddenly and arbitrarily, and tending to bump against you when you didn't expect it and didn't want it. They were uncertain at crossings. If it was necessary for them to take your arm, as it sometimes became in the evening, on a crowded street, why, they were too gingerly or else pressed too close, and if it happened to rain, you sometimes had to take a cab, trafficking with a driver whose tariff and whose disposition you did not know. In fact, a string of minor embarrassments and expenses. But the way, this afternoon, was clear and easy, and there were no annoyances save from other walkers along the same path. The sun shone brightly at intervals. A fresh breeze swept the wide expanse, streaked with purple and green, and turned an occasional broken wave crest toward the western light. Some large cumuli were abroad, white or less white, or even darkling. The first windy sky of autumn. Cope and Amy passed the life-saving station, where a few people sat about idly and where one or two visitors pressed noses against glass panes to view the boats within, and they reached presently a sort of little public park which lay along the water. Here a small pier ran out past the shallows, and in front of a shack close by it a man sat resignedly near a group of beached and upturned rowboats. One or two others were still in the water, as was a small sloop. The fellow sat there without expectations. The season was about over. The day was none too promising for such as knew. His attitude expressed, in fact, the accumulated disappointment and resignation of many months. Perhaps he was a newcomer from the interior, some region of ponds and rivers, and had kept through an uneventful summer the notion that so big a spread of water would surely be put to use. The sail of the sloop, half lowered, flapped in the breeze, and little else stirred. Our young people overlooked both man and boat. "It's the same lake," said Amy Leffingwell, rather dreamily, after a common silence of several minutes. "The same," returned Cope promptly. "It's just what it was a year ago, a century ago, and a millennium ago, I suppose, if there was anyone here to notice." She turned on him a rueful, half-protesting smile. "I wasn't thinking of a century ago. I was thinking of a month ago." "A month ago?" "Yes, when we were walking along the dunes." "Oh, I see. Why, yes, it is the same old lake, though it seems hard to realize it. Foreground makes so much difference, and so does, well, population. I mean the human element, or the absence of it." Amy pondered. "The one drawback there was that we couldn't go out on the water." "Go out? I should say not. No pier for miles, and the water so shallow that hardly more than a canoe could land." "Still, those fishermen out there manage it." "But plain summerites, especially if not dressed for it, would have an unpleasant time imitating them." Amy cast her eye about. Here was a shore, a pier, a boat, a man to let it. "Would you like to go out?" asked the man himself perfunctorily, as from the depths of a settled despair. He pointed a thumb over his shoulder toward the sloop. The two young people looked at each other. Neither looked at the sky. "Well, I don't know," replied Cope slowly. The sloop was on a pretty small scale. Still, it was more to manage than a catboat. "You have the theory, you know," said Amy demurely, "and some practice. Cope looked at her in doubt. "Can you swim?" he asked. "Yes," she returned. "I have some practice, if not much theory." "Could you handle a jib?" "Under direction." "Well, then, if you really wish...." The misanthrope, with a twisted smile, helped them get away. The mainsail took a steady set, but the jib, from the first, possessed an active life of its own. "Not that rope!" cried Cope. "The other!" "Very well," returned Amy, scrambling across the cockpit. And so it went. In 6 or 8 minutes their small catastrophe overtook them. There came a sudden flaw from out one of the racing gray cumuli, and a faint cry or two from the distant shore. Theory had not put itself into practice as quickly as the emergency required. All the less so in that it had to work through a crew encumbered with a longish skirt and a close jacket. The sloop keeled over. Cope was instantly entangled with the mainsail and some miscellaneous cordage, and Amy, with the water soaking her closely fitting garments, found herself clutching the cockpit's edge. She saw Cope's predicament and let go her hold to set him free. He helped shake himself loose with a loud forced laugh and a toss of the head to get his long hair out of his eyes. "We'll leave the wreck," he sputtered, "and make for the shore." The shore, fortunately, was scarcely more than 100 yards away. Yet never had the great twin towers of the library seemed so distant, or the wireless cage on Science Hall so futile. They swam, easily, side by side, he supporting her in her cramped clothes at the start, and she, a bit concerned, somewhat supporting him toward the end. Meanwhile, there was some stir at the life-saving station, a quarter of a mile down the shore. The last 100 feet meant mere wading, though there was some variability among the sand ridges of the bottom, but the water, at its deepest, never reached their shoulders. Their small accident now began to take on the character of a ceremonial, an immersion incident to some religious rite or observance, and the little Sunday crowd collecting on the water's edge might have been members of some congregation sympathetically welcoming a pair of converts to the faith. "Let's hold our heads high and walk straight," said Cope, his arm in hers. "Heaven knows whom we are likely to meet. And throw your hat away. You'll look better without it. Lord knows where mine is," he added, as he ran a smoothing hand over his long locks. "Very well," she said, casting away her ruined, ridiculous headgear with her free arm. The other, in his, was giving more support to him, she felt, than he was giving to her. Just as they were about to reach dry land, amidst the congratulations and the amused smiles of the little group at the foot of the bluff, the belated crew of life-savers swept up in their smallest boat and insisted on capturing them. "Oh, Mr. Cope," said a familiar voice, "please let us save you. We haven't saved a soul for months." Cope recognized one of his own students and surrendered, though a kindly house owner on the bluff had been quick to cry across the intervening yards of water his offer of hospitality. "All right," he said. "Take us back to your place, where we can dry and telephone." He hoped, too, that they might have to encounter fewer people at the other spot than this. Meanwhile, another boat belonging to the station had set out to aid the owner of the sloop in its recovery. It was soon righted and was brought in. There was no damage done, and there was no charge that Cope could not meet, as he learned next day to his great relief. The station gave him a dry outfit of clothes, assembled from here and there, and telephoned to Mrs. Phillips to bring fresh garments for Amy. Neither had time to get a chill. A pair of kindly servant maids, who were loitering on the shore with their young men, insisted on carrying the heroine of the afternoon into retirement, where they expeditiously undressed her, rubbed her, and wrapped her in a quilt snatched from a life-saving bed. Amy was cold indeed, and inclined to shiver. She understood, now, why Cope had not encouraged that bathing party at the dunes. In a few minutes Medora Phillips tore up in her car, with Helga and a mountain of clothing and wraps. She was inclined to make the most of the occasion, and she did so. With Helga she quickly superseded the pair of sympathetic and ready maids, whom she allowed to fade into the background with too scant recognition of their services; and when she had got Amy thoroughly warmed and rehabilitated she turned her thought toward Cope. Here, certainly, was a young scholastic recluse who had an admirable faculty for getting into the public eye. If one section of Churchton society had talked about his performance at her dinner, all sections of it would now be discussing his new performance on the high seas. Suddenly she was struck with the notion that possibly his first lapse had not left him in condition to stand this second one. "How are you feeling?" she asked anxiously. "No chill? No shock?" "I'm all right," he declared. "One of the boys has just given me a drink of but it was a beverage the use of which was not generally approved in Churchton. Mrs. Phillips turned round suddenly. "Amy, did you have a drink, too, of if 'of' is what you call it?" "I did," said Amy firmly, "and I feel the better for it." "Well, get in, then, and I'll take you home." Peter grinned from the front seat of the car. Mrs. Phillips placed herself between the two victims on the back one. The life savers, who had kept the discarded garments to dry, gave them all a few smiles and hand wavings. The two young women and their two young men looked on with some deference. The general crowd gave a little mock cheer before turning its Sunday leisure to other forms of interest, and the small party whirled away. Amy leaned a tired, moist head, but a happy one, on Mrs. Phillips' shoulder. "He was so quick," she breathed, "and so brave and so strong." She professed to believe that he had saved her life. Cope, silent, as he looked straight ahead between Peter and Helga, was almost afraid that she had saved his. End of Chapter 16. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista.